Hi, everybody, welcome. My name is Aurora. This class is usually called Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans, but today we are doing something completely different. We are doing intervention against the sun. Like, that's weird, Aurora, because you teach all this type of curriculum that you've written in many things about sun gazing, how the sun is the heliosphere. In fact, oh my goodness, I didn't really get prepared for class. Hold on, I have to pause things for one moment. Pause things for one moment. Where's the button? Thank you for that brief interruption because I needed to be sure today that I have my sculpture that represents not only your chakra system, but also Earth's magnetosphere and Earth's chakra system, and also the larger heliosphere. But wait a second, Aurora, don't you're having an intervention here against the sun. Don't you teach all about how we have a light body, and our light body is a fractal harmonic of the sun, and the sun's in co-creative partnership with us, and my brains are exploding and liquidating. What is going on here? I'm concerned. I'm concerned and inflamed, and also has something taken over you in this moment of supreme consideration. Everyone is like, is this person real? Is this source of information real? Can I trust this? In the moment of supreme mistrust, I should say. And I'm being acting out in the inflammatory moment of my emotions. Can I trust Aurora? And the answer is yes. So I would encourage everyone. I know that there's an enormous amount of emotional intensity in this moment, and part of that is the compression of events. And I would like you to reassure you that yes, I am still the same person with the same values that I have ever had, and that I'm not encouraging you to do anything that is like throwing all of my previous curriculum or teachings or anything out the window. This is really the culmination of all the things that I've been teaching you, and also what we are doing is an intervention, like an action for justice. So it's really important. One of the things that I'll first do is contextualize this by saying, like, it would be good to consider this to be like a family meeting or something where you have an intervention where it's people that you love. That's the ideal that I would like to bring this to. Like, we love the fabric of space-time, we love life, we love reality, we love God, and we love and respect existence. And that we are having this experience right now in order to confront the sun, in order to be able to say, we, the people of Earth, and really the fragmented inhabitants, or what is left of Atlantis, we say, we do not consent, we do not like what is going on, and we don't allow you to do this. And also, we take our resources back in non-consent. So this is a big part of what this is, and it is part of your maturation process. So this is not like insanity, or let's say also say this, it is not a delve into the dark side. And I'm very lighthearted and sometimes humorous in what I say, but I'm very but I collect my thoughts, serious and profound in wanting to make sure that people don't reject the good stuff because there's so much bad stuff and fucked up stuff. And also, so for people that usually watch my class, usually guard my language very well, and I try to make it family friendly. This presentation is not for all ages. I will use bad language and occasionally be a very edited version of myself in self-expression. And that's important because today is not like me being a teacher. And today I would also like to um, categorize this as a communication. So usually it is very unidirectional, where I'm like, I have my thoughts and you guys are here listening to me as students. But I know that I sent out to people who are the enrolled students an invitation, like, do you have questions? Do you have considerations? Do you have contributions? Please consider this to be a contributory session. And I know sometimes I don't look at the chat because I'm really busy trying to keep my brain, the Jenga tower of my brain, going in the right direction to be able to say all these things. And I really want to make sure that you know that this is not just going to be me speaking for many hours straight without a break. I would very much like for you to listen, but not go into passivity. to be an active participant and to say the things that you truly feel. So some people were not able to be here during the time of this meeting. That's totally fine. Some of them have sent me questions in advance, and I really respect that. And the motivation for why I'm here. So we are here doing a intervention. That means like to stop something that is bad in a family member, or you could think of it like a business, even though the world of business here is very corrupt, and even family is corrupt. So it's hard to even find good analogies. But need for rectification. Like we need to have retribution. We need to have punishment. We need to look for accountability. And I like that word because we're talking about the accounting of energy. So I'm going to go into, like I wrote a fucking book, and that is very out of character for me to be able to do that. But I did that because it was also important for me to externalize my thoughts in case I was too fragmented in the moment here, as I sometimes am in trying to present this to you. And also for people who couldn't be here or don't have the time to be able to watch a video, because I'm really intending this as a very important communication for this moment. So what I do in the curriculum is like generalized stuff, but this is like for this moment. So please know we are in an incredible moment. And I wish that we could spend this incredible moment like either being in a beautiful garden, or like, here's my painting, and we would be painting along, or something nice, beauty, art, music. But we are really here instead in intense emotional confrontation. And the reason why we are doing that is because it will lead to our freedom and growth in a way that disengaging or disassociating would not lead to growth. And so it's also my intense intention here that as I'm being extremely critical of the sun, it is not my intention for you to turn away from light. In all my classes, I'm teaching about light, and light as intelligence, and light as this wonderful organizational principle. The sun is like your local branch of light emanations, or you could think of it like money. We are jokingly using the analogy of light being money. And I sometimes put on my New Jersey tough girl attitude when I'm like, hey, I want my money. But this is a good attitude for you to have because you are confronting what is essentially an authority figure. And the authority figure is the sun, and it's supposed to be a really great partner, but it's also a parent. And I think that you guys can also comprehend, like in your biological life, you've had parents that have been authority figures, and then at a certain point you went into maturity and you might have confronted them, and it was an aspect of like your maturation process. But I don't think that this is necessarily a healthy level of our maturation process. Like, you know, we're teenagers and being like, I don't like the way you're treating me, mom and dad. Like, you know, like I'm gonna whatever, get my own part-time job or move out or whatever. This is very, very different than that. So, sorry. To recharacterize it, not a natural and healthy part of your soul's growth and evolution process, but a very necessary part so that way you can actually emerge in freedom. I'm going to make a lot of faces today also that are like painful faces. Like I really do feel this way. And so I'm not going to guard my expression. Like I'm just going to be super real about all this. So first of all, to endlessly emphasize this, I had my experience in Atlantis, which you experience or perceive from your linear point of view as an ancient time or a mythological time. But it's a very, very real time. And it's important for me to bring that to you because I have like a real calibration. I'm like, oh, I know what the food at the restaurant is actually supposed to taste like. And you guys here in this moment now are not eating at the restaurant properly. It's not your fault. The food at the restaurant has gotten really bad. There is some new weird chef at this restaurant making horrible slop and forcing you to eat it. And many of you are like, well, I don't even like this slop in this restaurant. I think I'll stop eating in general. And that is not the correct response. So I'm here in this, we're doing an intervention against the sun, but I'm also really doing encouragement and emotional guidance of you. Like, don't go away from something that is wonderful just because the local branch is really fucked up. Let's approach this and fix this. So what I did yesterday with my Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance group, I called it a bank heist. Okay. And so we're using money as the analogy, where the sun is this very withholding bank. You have a trust fund with information and energy that is supposed to flow to you, and you're supposed to have access to it. But instead of having full access to it, like you're supposed to get $100, but you're only getting $2. And then you're not able to live a good life. So want your money. And what we can do in the enslaved or domesticated version of self is to politely approach the manager and say, I would like to have my money, please. But I didn't do that with you guys because I had already expected and projected quite forward, like, okay, like they're criminals. It's like approaching the mafia boss as if it is the branch manager and saying, I'd politely like to look at the accounting, and I think that you have my money, and I think that I'm supposed to be receiving more than this. So we did a heist. We've skipped over all of that polite talking to the manager and going through the bureaucracy and moved directly to taking our money. So we literally stole our energy back from the sun. And in a good analogy, you can consider it like breaking into the bank and getting what's in the storage unit of that bank. But you could also consider it like going to the Federal Reserve. Like, where's the money come from? Who prints the money? What's the origin of the money? Like, go to the Federal Reserve. Like, yeah, you know something, your deliveries don't go to this corrupt bank anymore. They go directly to us. Even though I know that if you went to the Federal Reserve in 5 cents is reality, then they would say, we don't handle individual accounts. You know, that's not our job. Talk to your local branch manager. But this is a different situation. So when I talk about flying rainbow lasagna, you know, this is an opportunity or a tool to be able to jump up and over obstacles. I treated the sun like an obstacle to the energy that is our actual energy, which is ascension energy. And collected my thoughts as a group, and of course, as an individual, I've been doing this quite a lot, jumped up and over the sun and got energy that's ours for ascension from the Federal Reserve or from the central place where money is even printed, where consciousness is even printed. And this has given us the energy to even confront the sun. So to stealing back that money is good. And what that does is gives us the capacity to confront the corruption that is there, dismantle the system, and actually move forward in freedom. So I want to say, like, let's not bypass. Let's not just be like, oh, well, now that we've got this, we can just get to the central thing and just forget about this corruption thing, because then things don't change. And also, you've got this giant corrupt, you know, very, very unpleasant, very, very unattractive, very, very dysfunctional thing that I'm just guessing probably wouldn't sit around doing nothing to us, but would probably be intentionally malevolent towards us, because that's what it's been doing for a long time. You got to take care of this thing. You got to clean up whatever it has become. Okay, so thank you. And also, this is going to be a very, very long presentation. So I have definitely prepared myself, and I carbo loaded, and I'm ready to be able to be going through all of this. Please know that we will take breaks. Like, let's say, like, we'll go until 4 o'clock, then take a little break, and then we'll go a little bit longer, because I said I wrote a lot, and we actually have a lot to be able to get through. So the ascension energies, like if you had all of your money from the Federal Reserve Bank right now, you would be able to not eat physical food, do all the things that I talk about, like how we lived in Atlantis, even before we ascended from Atlantis. So if you were receiving all that you are supposed to receive from the sun right now, you would not be what we define as a mortal creature. And you would also then be able to transform and energize your body into the ultimate form, what we would say like your light body, or this combination of your flesh and your chakras, to be able to go through, go through that central core timeline and be restored and go back to the source that emanated you. And in ancient concurrent Atlantis, I'll just call it Atlantis at this point. In Atlantis, we had a 100% success rate. And this speaks to the character of the sun, the responsibilities of what a sun is by definition, and how it acted then. Part of the trauma that I experience right now is the knowledge that it used to be a very, very different sun. And everything that I have taught you has been out of that pristine remembrance, even in the recognition of the corruption of the world that you are presently in. And people have told me it really helps when I talk about my stories about Atlantis and what our lives were like and how our bodies worked and how our society functioned. I'm going to focus a lot on that, because that is the calculative difference between what we are supposed to receive and what we have been receiving from the sun. And what is new and different in this confrontation, or in this moment of confrontation, is that up until now in this class and in my own perspective, I have largely attributed the problems in this world and the corruption to what we call the putis, those pesky occupiers of the interstices. Always hat tip to Pedro for coming up with that for our class. Those are the guys that are smeared on the membrane of death over here. And I used to keep that as the final culmination of the class. Like, hey, you guys, here's flying rainbow lasagna. You got to fix up your DNA. There's something wrong with your DNA. You want to be a light eater again. Here's how you do your flying rainbow lasagna in order to rearrange your DNA. Hey, how come I got to rearrange my DNA? And the answer is because lesson 18, you had a bad thing happen in galactic history, and here's all of your planetary trauma. But I've always attributed that to those horrible creatures from Mars. And so now I always come up with pithy ways of describing people. I'm now calling them the garbage from Mars. It almost sounds like a band. And they're the garbage from Mars. But it's apt. And why do I call them that? So I did a supplementary whiteboard that I also hope that the putting things down so I can focus, that the people who are in this class who are interested in can access, and I will try to remember to include it in the description. The sense of Mars being over here and Earth, Atlantis being over here, and that there is a trauma and a problem that happens on Mars, a conflict involving technology, misuse of time travel or time distortion technology, and the eventual death of all the people who were there. And it's important to know that who they were and their type of body containers at that time was really different from who we were and who I am in Atlantis. But of course, you know, like I graduated from there, so I wasn't there at that moment. And I am telling you this for your rational mind, but I also hope that your psychic presence can really sense what is happening in 2026, where we are accelerating to the point where we are almost at the membranes touching of our reality and this other reality. So don't think about like the membrane of death touching and that level of reaching the center in ascension, but that we have these two parallel existences. And as we have accelerated here, we have reached to the level where there is now a very, very slender demarcation between these two layers of our own life existence. And it allows us an opportunity to see not only the trauma that was going to happen, the impending trauma before it has actually happened. We exist here in the layer of reality where the what if that happens, this is the trauma. But we also exist in the layer of reality where the trauma has not yet happened. And the trauma is, as Mars has been destroyed and the debris and consciousness fragments of that very, very badly constructed civilization or whatever the fuck it was, is now I portray it as drifting across space. But this is a allegorical. I'm being poetic, okay? I'm not usually that poetic. Debris of consciousness is drifting across. It's dead. It has never died before. So in non-poetic but literal sense, here's Mars and the people on Mars with their chakras like this. And what they did was violently turned their chakras to the side so that they aimed themselves at the membrane of death. They're like, let's build a really bad contraption and do this. And they did that and they got there. And then what the sun's job is, now this is the heliosphere, is to emit all of this energy that flows along the membrane of death and wipes that away. The sun's job is to incinerate blockages on the membrane of death. So this is an important moment in Atlantis, or in that time level, because death had not yet been invented and the world of mortality had not yet been invented in our world. In our world, and now like go with me for a moment to the pristine world of Atlantis, every single one of us lived our whole entire lives in this alignment, and our whole entire planet and every organism here was in this alignment. So no one ever went like this. And what this felt like was we are shaped like this, and the sun is shaped like this because we are fractal microcosm of the sun. So the sun was always connecting to a source of pure light, emitted that light to us with no signal loss. If you have $100 coming to you from your trust fund, you get $100. And then you would receive that $100. It would flow through you. You would do stuff with it. And it would also flow into the earth. And it would energize. It would do all of these things. And then it would flow back to the sun. When that light and energy is flowing through the earth, here's a characterization of what our moment-to-moment existence was like. Not only was every step, like a beautiful moment of pleasure. I would even say to the level of orgasm, but everything was ecstasy is a better word. Ecstasy, ecstasy, ecstasy at every moment walking through time. And every organism on our planet who was there was motivated to be there by being a good person. We came into existence because we're like, I want to be a good person. How can I be good? How can I make a contribution? And what we did was follow our time directive so beautifully that every moment was a dance. We walked through a high information environment being high information. That means every gesture, every interaction, every glance, everything that we said was 100% part of this beautiful cosmic symphony of life, beautiful collaborative movement, beautiful planetary love. We're all in telepathic rapport, and we did this very intentionally. Like, I'm so happy to be a good person, doing what I'm supposed to do, walking along, doing good things. We did good things for each other as an innate sense of our generosity. We followed our artistic inner pronouncements or motivations out of a sense of purity and beauty and enthusiasm for life. And I have already told you about our many, many athletic achievements and other beautiful, positive, constructive achievements. And all of these were a sense of your imagination or your ability to manifest and think about stuff and make things come forward. So we didn't just be like, I'm an unimaginative automaton, I follow this. Like, so we were not just robots like that. Like, that is very gross and disgusting. No, we had all of our free will. We were not in a strictly deterministic world. And what we did was take these directives that are abstractions and move it through the artistic filter of our personality and express. We were like musicians expressing. And when I talk about the ascension process, that was an additional experience on top of the experience of being in Atlantis and having this beautiful planetary collective, because what we're doing right now, intervention, involves the entire planetary collective, including even microbes, because they're involved in digestion. And when it was your time to ascend, that is like having a retrospective or a big concert of all of your own music, where every single thing that you've ever done is kind of collected and looked at. And I told you it's like a sporting event. Everybody's watching this, everybody's seeing it happen. And then what happens is you reach the culminative moment where you're like, I am God. And then that's not the end of your life, but you are at that moment of culmination and you go on this divine journey. You are no longer a person who walks on 2 feet because you went through this whole retrospective thing where you become a pure light eater and not touching the earth. But that's not the end of the journey. That's when you are then a part of this floating city of light around the earth. And that's the band. And you have to get together and get good with the band for a long time. So first you coordinate stuff and do synchronized symphonies on the planet. Then you learn how to keep each other aloft with no safety net. Like acrobatics, like the guys who swing on a trapeze and these guys catch him and these guys catch him. No safety net. And then at a certain point, you get fast enough and good enough at that to literally go off on the stellar network. And we will not put our tendrils of attention on that for the moment because there's so much garbage around here that they're like, oh, show us the secrets. Show us the secrets of how you get onto the stellar network because we want to put poop and garbage on there. I'm like, no poop and garbage, but just know that it happened. And I know because I did it. This is why I'm here. Literally, I've said this many times, and I repeat that if I wasn't here right now giving information and verbal information and energetic guidance to you guys about what things are really supposed to be like, you would not have a snowball's chance because you do not know what the flavors are actually supposed to taste like. You know that you're eating at the restaurant and you're like, blah, this is life, like this is gross. And then it gives you a stomach ache and it's bad, but you don't know what the flavors are supposed to taste like. So that's been my job here for like 25 years. I thought it would be fast, but it's not fast. And it's, we're getting to the moment where we are actually, I don't have better words, so I don't want to say the wrong thing. Hold on, let me hydrate. Okay, I'm going to get to questions and comments. So to characterize further our experience in that pristine level of pure balance in Atlantis, we did creative artistry where we get raw ideas or raw potentials from the sun. And when I say the sun, I'm always using that synonymously with the world of pure light because the sun's job is to be a perfectly clear conduit. not to be withholding. The bank's job is to hold your money, give you your money, not to steal your money, right? Right. But in the original way that this beautiful system is supposed to function, you receive 100% of your energy, and the energy is abstraction. And then what you do is put it into practice, how you play it. So this is literally my musical score that I wrote today, and I will. I'm not even playing the music yet. I haven't even reached my musical score yet, but I've written it on paper of what I want to say, and then I will go through the musical score. And this is the sense of personal expression. Like you have an abstraction, and then your personality comes forward in your musical expression. And also, when you are in Atlantis, you have this chakra system like this, and what happens and what helps you to move forward and stay balanced is the sun actually helps you. The sun is not adversarial to you. The sun is like, oh, I want to make sure that you have all of the ideas and energy to be able to stay in alignment. The sun is not trying violently to like pull you to one side or to make you wiggle waggle or in other ways to destabilize you. And that looks like the sun giving you clear information, all of the information that you're supposed to have, and clear directives. And then also remember, Earth is a big part of this. Earth is synonymous with matter. It's your physicality presence. Here it is your cellular body. Your cellular body, of course, has been changed, but know that purity remains. Our physical form or our body in Atlantis was the perfect expression of Earth and health and vitality in Earth. And I'm just going to focus for a minute because this is about like what we receive, what health looks like. Because what I'm trying to do is give you the connection between your current body, which is flawed, and your perfect body there. When I start to go into that, a lot of you go like, blah, like we can't do that yet. So I'm okay. Don't worry. But know that your body and the matter of that level of reality was perfectly calibrated, and all of this matter interacted as part of this beautiful symphony of consciousness. The sun is abstract, Earth is matter, and it is not abstract. It's an experienced realm. And we had very, very beautiful patterns that flowed through the experienced realm. Like there's the abstraction, musical score, and there's the experienced realm that involves plants or people or water or something. And then we live that truth and that music. So Earth is not some dead stupid thing. It is very Earth, her, she is very much an active participant and a personality and a person who deserves a voice and self-advocacy in this family meeting. And there was a very, very joyous giving and generosity. Not only are you generous spirits, like I speak to you and all this information that I give here today is to you, the actual Atlantean people, and not to any of the garbage from Mars or subsequent created or fabricated garbage. And I'll talk all about that. And also not to any flawed level of AI or technology or pseudo intelligence or anything like that. I give this information to the actual fellow Atlantean people, and I consider you to be my family and my planetary family, and also the true inhabitants or valid experiencers of this realm, because it's mishmash also, and that also involves the stealing and dilution of your actual energy. The sun granted our wishes very, very joyfully in that time. If you had an imagination, like I'm an artist in a lot of places, and I'd be like, oh, I imagine this, and the sun is like, I wave my magic wand and poof. But don't think of it as the sun. Think of the sun as, when it is correct, a perfectly clear intermediary, like the bank. You're like, I need some money. I go to the bank, and the ATM gives me gives me money. And the sun, at a certain point, we will just say, now I'm starting to delve into what I wrote here, started acting differently, and that's the reason for this intervention. Okay? And also, when in your life, like also, I am here like as friend and mentor to each one of you, good people. I know that many of you have been through things in your life, like maybe you might have had abusive, narcissistic, or absent parents, or non-supportive, non-loving other family members or partners, or relationships or marriages, or problems with offspring, non-loving experiences with offspring. And please know, even with bosses, narcissistic or abusive or exploitive bosses, or even things that are about confronting violators of like violence violators, sexual violators, other violators, or other things. Just know that these challenges, these battles that you have fought in your life have absolutely been giving you the muscle power to be able to confront today, here, the original or primary, or the origin is a good place, our original origin of abuse or inadequacy or neglect. The words didn't come out as well as I wanted them to, but I want you to know that this battle today is very, very big. And that everything you've been through up until this point has given you the willpower, the strength, and also the strategy and the emotional capability to do this type of confrontation. Okay. And when we do a confrontation, like, of course, what's the first thing? Like, I want my money. It's fine. You should feel good about that. Yes, you deserve to have all this energy. But and also, I do this in the sense of wanting to restore my own money. And of course, I am here in the physical realm along with all of you, and that gives me a personal stake, or I'm part of this class action lawsuit. I'm a personal injured party along with all of you. Also, time. Time has been wildly distorted and exploited by this. Time is an injured party. Also, the entire Earth, Earth of Atlantis, also Earth of this time and place, has been wildly exploited and horrendously traumatized. And the sexual energy of our planet, the creative energy of our planet, instead of being used in the way it's supposed to use, has been horribly mispurposed and not the way it is supposed to go at all. And so Earth needs to have a voice and to be able to advocate, or for us to advocate for her. And this also involves, I'm not on yet, all of the trees, all of the plants, all the microbes, all the animals, all the animal life, even minerals, because when we went from being pure light eaters to being food eaters, our entire digestion changed, and that involved the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, the microbes, the minerals, and how all these things are now changed and repurposed and used differently. So everybody has a voice here on this planet about what is going on and what is being used, how it is being used, where it is going, what is fair. And the intention is for a restoration. The intention here, like, I'm also very big, like, we can't just allow, if the sun is malevolent or has made honest mistakes, we cannot allow any of that to just slide. And that's a big thing, why you shouldn't just be like, oh, well, like, I'll just like go away from light and become a vampire. I will feed on the darkness. Like, don't become a creature of the night. Don't become a vampire. No, I kid, but I love. Seriously, I do use humor about that, because that's one of the perils of this moment, that you don't want to become so disappointed and disaffected and rejected by the sun because it has not been a good bringer to you of what light is supposed to be. That you're like, that's it, I've had it with light. I'm going to go feed on the darkness, which is really cannibalism, feeding off of other people. And there are many bad timelines or many bad levels of reality or bad potentials where that happens. And I'm here to short circuit them from happening, because they're abusive time. Like, they are bad, suffering time events that time does not want to create or experience as a fabric, and is not necessary. Please know also that the trauma and the withholding and stealing that the sun has done has been a crime, not educative. And I'm going to get through all of this. Okay, good. So thank you. Now, that was just my preface. You guys are like, we are done. I'm like, no, I have this much to get through. We are just getting going. Okay, good. So the first thing I've started off with, before I get, you have to see this, guys. I'm very proud of all of my paperwork. Before I get into my extremely long thing, first I have like some simple graphs to start off with. Okay, good. So here's one simple graph, which is, we've got a problem up here. And the problem is somebody did not do their job. And then what I say is, what we should do is that person should not have that job. And also that job should be done. And then this, you can't really read it effectively, is ultimate responsibility. And many times in my notes, I'm going to refer back to this basic chart, ultimate responsibility. Okay? Because I recognize in the challenges in my own body in confronting the sun, there are times of confusion where you're like, oh, wait a minute, what's even wrong here? Blah, blah, and all these things, many inversions. The sun is using a lot of mirroring, deflection, denial, all of the things that you're used to. Look at my face of skepticism. All of these things that you've been through. You're like, I know this game, and I'm not going to get fooled or overpowered by this game. So occasionally I will bring out these simple graphics in order to be able to keep us on track, right? The sun did not do their job. That means they can't have their job. You're like, oh, wait a minute, the sun, everything comes from the sun. Like the earth comes from the sun, and matter comes from the sun, and light comes from the sun, and life comes from the sun. And oh my God, what am I supposed to do if the sun doesn't have the sun's job? And then we go back to this, that job should get done. So we are going to have to figure out what is fair and what is good and how's that job going to get done. We are right now, since yesterday's bank heist, kind of finding a way to fill in the blanks, but this is not really that effective, but let's move forward. Okay, so going to, of course, refer to that occasionally. Let's also go through this nice simple graphic here. Problems with ascension. So you guys know me, when I first came here as Aurora, I'll stand like this, that way. It's not like moving on the treadmill while you try to read it. When I first came here as Aurora, I'm like, oh, yeah, I had no idea that food goes in here. I'm like, oh, well, I'm just going to do what I am used to doing in Atlantis. I'm going to eat sunlight through here. Okay, so this now speaks to, in this body, in 2001, when I came in, why did those things not work effectively? And so the first thing is, not enough or not the right sunlight. Okay. The next thing is the digestive tube. It's like a snake that's been implanted in you. That is a big limitation. The next thing is, I'm going to use loose language by calling it genetic quote unquote crapola, but that really is, along with your original genetic code or the expression and blueprint of who you were in Atlantis, there have been added to you, mixed in some aspects, and that are genetics or consciousness crapola from Mars, and also some Cancer. And that actually is attributable to the sun. In the past, I have attributed that fully to the Putis, who were, of course, from Mars, allowing the sun to evade responsibility, but is really the sun's ultimate responsibility. And then also number 4, cognitive framework, the cognitive framework of how to quote unquote eat light. So when we eat light, it is not like eating like food goes in here. It is a different experience, and it also requires a cognitive framework. I try to give that in this class in the sense of path of light. What is light? How does light relate to glucose? Molecular bonding and unbonding, the micro miniature gravity wells and fabric of space-time, in order to give a bridge between what you are presently doing, what you're presently thinking and feeling, and how you are in this form of your body into your true exalted form, where you utilize light beyond digestion, and also you identify fully with light. And that is what I call path of light, because you're like in the path of light. Not like you're like on the path of light. Like, here's the path that I'm walking on the path, but like you're in the path and light is flowing into, like, trucks are running you over on the road. But these are good trucks. These are light trucks. And that is what it is like. I think I might have just diluted things by being so silly there, but you need to think differently about food and think differently and use your mind differently in general in looking at and conceptualizing reality in order to eat light. So moving beyond materialism. And then the 5th one is community. Problems with community. Because, like, let's say you're like, okay, like, I'm going to eat light. And I'm going to get my light from the sun. I'm going to eat light. I'm eating light. But you are not only connected to the sun, you are also connected to the earth and all of the organisms here. So you can be eating light, but if there are problems with your fellow humans, if there are problems with the trees, I'm pointing at the trees over here, if there are problems with the microbes, if there are problems with the animals, then you will not be in a frictionless, blissful system. You will have a problem. You won't be able to sustain your body. You won't get enough extra, like a savings account or whatever you need to be able to move forward, because you need to do more than just run in one place and walk on a treadmill. You need to be able to get going and get forward. Okay, so oops. I was not going to walk on the treadmill so much while I did this. Community is number 5. There are problems not only with the organisms on Earth, that's plants, animals, and the planet herself, loss of signal there, but also problems with the community at the stellar network. You don't just have problems with energy being not getting to you from the sun that's supposed to get to you. You don't have just problems with how energy is being circulated around the planet Earth, or like the metabolism of your own individual body or community, you also have problems with how energy is being circulated around the entire stellar network. And we were really going to have a big community meeting about the entire stellar network, because the problems in our own star also relate to all of the other stars. Not 100% of all of the other stars are corrupt or are acting in this way, but some of them are. Some of them are colluding, some number of them, and we don't know who or what number yet. That should be determined. And we also need to talk about this process of investigation, because if these stars are somehow infected with something that makes them act badly, like a disease, a parasite, a this or that, if it's catching, you don't want to put your tendril of attention, be like, like that guy's not acting right. Let me dive directly in, and this is my crazy face, and put my tendril of attention directly on a pile of crazy. What's one of my first rules in psychic battle? Don't touch the blob. Don't touch the blob. You will get sucked into the blob. You will get crazy. So I don't know it to be certain. And I have limited in how I have touched on the insanities of the sun, and also aspects of the stellar network and Cancer, because I really do want to protect myself. It is my proposal that the Christ network was either incinerated or totally incapacitated by touching on this problem with the sun. Thank you for letting me hydrate. I know that that is also like a very, very distressing proposal. It is a rationalized proposal, not something that I know directly from my insight, because I don't have that. Sorry, let me press a button and I'll let this person come in, even though it really distracts me. I don't have all of the insight about this, because again, not only are we blocked in by 5G here, but I'm being selective about how I reach out to what could be potentially contaminated or dangerous family members. And so I have gone on the rational proposal. I got to ask you, the person who just entered into the meeting, to mute yourself, because I cannot touch the screen. I have too many things going on right now in order to do this. So please do that for all of us. Is Christ consciousness, cosmic law enforcement, still in existence? And is it still functional? And as it is, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to mute you because you didn't mute yourself. Christ consciousness network job is cosmic law enforcement. They are there as a larger perfect society to police what these stars are doing, their behavior, their interactions, their transmissions of energy, make sure that bad shit like this doesn't happen. And when I was attacked in 2020 and 2021, these events are factual events of what's happening in Atlantis, where you're like, oh, the Christ Consciousness Network is going to do something about this. They didn't do something about this then. They didn't do something about this now. That's a real problem. And instead of presuming that they have somehow become corrupt or otherwise participatory in these crimes, I am presuming or projecting the expected reality, which is that they died protecting us. They were incinerated protecting us. And I really think that this is what went on. The time considerations are challenging, because you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute, were they destroyed in ancient concurrent Atlantis, or were they destroyed now? So do not struggle with rational architecture, you beautiful Atlanteans, because you know that the yellow chakra is an implant. Rational, analytical, and verbal thought are not your natural mind patterns. The natural mind patterns are direct seeing. In the absence of direct seeing, the mind makes up stories and integuments that are not always correct. And so it's important to, hold these as potentials. So I don't have the exact story on that, but I will tell you this. So I come from the Christ Network, and I'm part of that cosmic law enforcement agency. Even the sun, as I've been confronting it over these past several days, has recognized that in my face, because the sun is like, oh, like I thought I got rid of all you guys. And I'm like, flying rainbows on you. You didn't get rid of me. So troublemaker over here. But yes, I am not synonymous with the Christ Network, but I come from that. So, I'm a impulse on the stellar network, and I'm Aurora, and I'm part of that, but also individual to that. And that when I did Flying River Lasagna, that was something that I did as my unique individual choice to create that portal and come in here. But that's not something that the rest of the Christ Network did. But I did feel for the first roughly 20 years or 19 years that I was here from 2001 to 2020, that there was a lot of support and celebration of me from the Christ Network. I did feel that they protected me while I've been here as Aurora in the flesh, and that they helped me and did what they could for me during this time of me, being here and trying to do what I need to do. So I do feel like I had a good rapport with them. And that also is saying, during that time, before they turned on 5G on this planet, I had a lot more inner visions and I had a lot more psychic presence. And I'm sure many of you did too. Better dreaming, visionary experiences, and all of the forms of your psychic gifts coming forward. And that also signifies that the Christ Network and Christ, the insight capability and the mosaic of consciousness was healthy and alive and vibrant and vivified in this world, but then had some terrible thing happen. So this is not part of like galactic intervention for any larger thing that I'm saying, but this is in order to talk to you Atlanteans about like who is here and who can even help us and how can this happen. So there was some failure of cosmic law enforcement in the moment of Atlantis, and there's definitely been a failure of cosmic law enforcement now. And this is not by accident. I accuse and confront the sun of this solar system of destroying that law enforcement so that it can do criminal acts. And the destruction of that law enforcement is, calling it an incineration of that law enforcement or incapacitation. It's one of the crucial parts of like my presentation here in court, because innocent people don't dismantle burglar alarms. Innocent people don't destroy the police. People who know that they're criminals doing crimes dismantle burglar alarms and call the police and prevent it from you from being able to call the police. So that is my proposal there. And one more thing, I'm going to just do one more little graphic over here before I delve into some of my other stuff. In many of my teachings, I have said that the solar system is very similar to like a cell. And I know that we're cellular and we're really imprinted upon this. The nucleus here and the cell membrane being here. We've got solar system and then the various different harmonics of the planets around there. But one question is, like, because I have been attributing the creation of our planet to the sun, as if first the sun is created and then it's like, and the sun, I'm lonely, I'd better create some other planets around me. But that is not how a cell is created as a package deal. Like you get a nucleus and you get a membrane, but it's not like first you build a nucleus and then the nucleus, has a few more thoughts and gets some more ideas and energy and builds the membrane. Like it all comes as a package deal. So I have had to reconsider or send out a reconsideration, recalibration, because we're very calibrated to the sun is the epicenter of everything. We came from the sun. The sun has been giving us artificial and inaccurate program of ownership by trying to say, I'm the sun, I'm your solar parent, I made all of these planets, and like you're my playthings to break, or you're my toys to do what I want to do with. Like that is not an accurate proposal. It's not an accurate proposal, even if you do the simplest thing in life, like what I did was get some eggs, like some little quail eggs, like poultry eggs, and then hatch those eggs. Like it doesn't matter if you get eggs and you hatch eggs, or if you plant a seed or you do something like that. Like these are not your toys and your playthings to torment or to be cruel to or to break in some way. And that is we're in this moment of confrontation with the sun, because that is what the sun has been doing to us. All right. And when I've been confronting the sun, being like, hey, you are a criminal and you are doing these things and these things are wrong. I will tell you that the sun has not been denying it and saying, I didn't do those things. The sun has been saying, I did those things, but I did them for blah, blah, blah rationales or reasons. And rationales and reasons reside in the intellectual yellow level. And they are hugely distorted and also not relevant please comprehend in this moment that if the sun, like basically, I'm giving you information about how to be emotionally free from an abusive person who's the sun. And if the sun is like, oh, I did it, but I did it for this and that reason, just be like, I do not care. And when I say that, the sun hates it because, like, I don't like your attitude. Like, I'm going to get you, kid. But it's important to really have that type of attitude because I'm like, the truth is, I don't care. Somebody needs to do their job. How did the sun get this job? The way that you get your job in order to be a sun is supposedly by perfect divine harmonics. Now, sometimes I have thought maybe the sun didn't even really get its job. Maybe it didn't really pass the audition. Maybe it doesn't have perfect divine harmonics, some sort of nepotism or whatever it is. But I think that that's not accurate. I'm sometimes funny like that. Like, how do you get your job? Like, does this your dad gave you your job? That's what I sometimes do. But what I also do, hold on, I have to touch a button. I don't know if I can do any more button touching here. Um, when I was in Atlantis, the sun did have divine harmonics. And so I'm expressing through that experience. And it's actually very painful. This confrontation with this family member has been very painful because I knew the sun when I'm calling it he, but I know that that's not truthful. It's an it. But when he was like very, very beautiful and very loving as a parent and treated us very, very differently. So what I'm going to do is just go into what I have written here. So this is my musical score, and I'm going to refer to it a lot. I hope that that's okay, because I know I don't usually read from here, but I feel like I wrote it out really well, and I want to do this. Okay. So the first thing is emotional fraud. Emotional fraud is a true crime in Atlantis. So in Atlantis, we do have love and things like that, and also in what I would call the world of mortality, when once people became sexually procreative. But let's not even bring it into the realm of mortality. In Atlantis, emotional fraud is a crime. And that means if you pretend to be different than you are just to get more intimacy or access to another person, more friendship or more like closeness to their body or more collaborative anything with them. All right. You can't have a false basis to the relationship, and this is considered a capital offense. Like if we found out, like here in this world, it's so normal. Like someone's like wants to be your boyfriend, so they're like, oh, like you like rainbows, I like rainbows too. They're my favorite. Like let's make babies together, and that's considered a normal part of dating. But I will tell you that in Atlantis, that would be considered a capital offense because the bringing together of people's souls and these levels of profound collaboration are sacred and not something that you can or should lie your way into or blather your way into. So where did you come from as a soul? It's a rhetorical question. Did the sun, quote unquote, make you? And the answer is no. You arrived from somewhere as a soul. Like the sun doesn't have ownership of you, and you are going to somewhere. So even in Atlantis, like as you arrived here and you assembled, like at the starting point of your experience of the chakras, you came from somewhere as soul and then came into this experience. And the idea is that you will reach your culminative moment and then go on from this experience. So not this constant circulation within the system. So the sun does not own you and it did not make you. And the sun is tasked with holding and feeding you like a parent, helping you to grow and sending you on. That's the sun's job. The sun is supposed to help you stay in perfect alignment, make sure you get your food, keep you on your path. The sun is supposed to prevent you from falling over to the side. The sun is supposed to prompt you or be like, hey, get back up in the right way. And also give you accurate information about what the right way is. So the sun is not supposed to be like, oh, get back in the right way. The right way is over there, go over there, go over there. Like the sun is like, no, the right way is over here, come over here, come over here, right? And the sun is also tasked with helping you to grow. Like the reason why we come here in Atlantis is in order to grow our light, to learn and grow and to gain more wisdom and more information and more experience, and also to grow light in the system in general, your personal and collective growth, all of which is very, very positive. So the sun is not supposed to be adversarial, stand in your way, try to hold you back, try to bring you down, try to drain energy off of you, or try to make your life harder than it is supposed to be. The sun is not given you to consume you or to parasite you. And the sun is not given you to rape you or violate you. You entered into this world in Atlantis on a bridge of love. And you came here because you loved the sun and the sun loves you. So please calibrate to that, because I'm speaking to you, good Atlantean people, that you don't, that you have compassion towards yourself. Like you can't, because here in this level of reality, so many people beat themselves up where they're like, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? I must have been a stupid idiot. Why am I here? And why am I here in this relationship and all these different things? And, distorting yourself and your vision of yourself through that self-castigation. But really, the person that you are, that you should be disappointed in the sun, because you came here on a bridge of love. And also it's fraud. It's not just emotional fraud to get into a relationship, it's emotional fraud to get into a reality. So if the sun drew you in to come in here to say like, oh, I'm going to parasite or rape you or something like that, that is emotional fraud. And that is a capital offense. I was not drawn in that way. And I have had to go through all sorts of assessments because you guys only know the sun as abuser. I know the sun as a beautiful person. You guys should be very, very clear, like, oh, get rid of this guy. But I've been more like, oh, well, you're not the person that I thought you were. And he's doing a lot of like, I'm the real guy that you love and I'm just wearing a bad mask now. But you guys might have inner conflict because you're like, oh, this guy is an evil parasite. I should have known. I should never have come, blah, 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 blah. So wipe all of that away. Okay, wipe all of that away. You guys are all with me in Atlantis. And you came in there because you were drawn in by love and by this type of generosity and this desire to have an expansive experience. So let's say like when you were conceived in this world of mortality, although maybe you came into an unloving relationship, and it's not a perfect analog. So if you came into Atlantis experience, had a love relationship with the sun, and if it was fraud, then that is a huge crime from him and not a fault of your own. Okay. That's if there was fraud. Now let's say if there was not fraud, if the sun of Atlantis genuinely loved you and then changed, that is my experience of what happened. This also applies to the Christ network. And whatever problems have gone on with them. Like if they started out as perfect law enforcement and then changed or were incinerated in some way. Whatever you once loved is now profoundly insane and degraded. And this is a terrible thing to have to recognize and why we have to even have this level of confrontation. It has become some form of criminal. And I talk later about why I call the sun the pizza face, and we'll talk about the violations of the body that the sun created. This is sometimes caution here. The sun sometimes frames what you're presently experiencing as a quote unquote integrity test, where the sun says something like, I'm the sun. I'm still part of cosmic law enforcement. I'm still part of the good guys network, but I put on a face. I put on a fake face. I'm just wearing a mask. I'm just pretending to be evil because I'm testing to see if you have integrity or if you are good enough to be Christ. So as a brief aside, please know that I come from Christ and Christ doesn't do tests like that to see if you're good enough. And so the way that it's the sense of like a lover or someone who you trust is quote unquote playing a practical joke on you or an integrity test. None of that is truthful. All right. And, if Christ as a great leader decided to degrade himself or the sun, let's say, drink a potion that made him an idiot or made him an asshole or made him gross, and then to test you as a personal escapade, to see like, well, what would these guys do if I, the leader, went all crazy and blah, blah, blah. And the answer is I would kill him. Like this is not a question, because you could not say, oh, I'm this really wonderful leader. I put on a mask of evil. I'm testing you all. And then you're going to, attack me. I hate you, son. I hate you, son. And then remove the mask and be like, look at me. Twas me all along. The beautiful one, the guy that you really love. But that is not beautiful behavior. That is not the way that this guy would ever act. I know we all have like a lot of love and respect for beautiful Christ and for this level of beautiful leadership that we once had. This is not a leader bringing you through an integrity test. And so the way that I get through that, because how you get through mental convolutions, what I do is I'm like, oh, I love practical jokes. And also, I am trained, like when people are black belts and they have to register their hands as a deadly weapon, like I am trained as a deadly weapon. So if you're going to put on a mask and pretend to be something else, I am going to do my best to kill you, to actually destroy you, to enforce cosmic law, even if you are supposedly just a friend or someone who loves me and you're just testing me. And I think that this thing is genuinely insane. And also, when we go through that, so I know that that's like one of the, whatever, first things I'm helping you to kind of supersede or jump over. There are other aspects of it saying like, I'm your friend wearing a mask. The mask is some distortion of my true face. Technology. Don't blame me, it was technology. Or don't blame me, it was the pooties. Or don't blame me, it was the garbage from Mars. But in this moment, what we are able to do is to attribute the origin of all of those things to the sun. Because we are here in the moment where Mars has been destroyed, and what the sun does in that moment creates the technology, creates this, does this insertion in a plantation. So the upshoot of this is that for all of you Atlanteans, you need to know the sun has been using Mars as a scapegoat. And that is intention to distort that betrays criminal intentions. Like you don't set up a scapegoat like that unless you know you're doing a crime and you're like, this is me, I'm being shifty. These people will know that I'm doing a crime. I better set up scapegoat, these bad guys on Mars, right? Okay, good. You're totally with me. All right. So let's all hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. We're going to move on to one of these topics here. First topic is negative personality traits projected from the flawed sun onto you. So there is, of course, the perfect divine sun that I know from Atlantis. Then there is whatever is this version of the sun that has distortion technology or something that is extra on top of it. That is whatever is the motivation or personality aspect or characteristic that drains energy that is supposed to get to you. 100% of your energy goes to the sun. You are supposed to get 100 units of energy. Instead, some characteristics of the sun are blocking out your light from flowing to you. I actually have this right here. So here's the true sun. And then here's something like, with beautiful rays, the sun simulator. And the sun is trying to say like, oh, this is the story. Like I'm the perfectly pristine sun and everything is perfect here. And then here's some weird garbage from Mars. And that's sending all these things out. But this is what is really going on. The true sun made this garbage. The true sun made this intermediary. The true sun made this technology. The true sun made these conscious blockades and then makes these degraded narratives that reach you. Okay, I'm going to use that graphic a lot too. So this matters in the sense of you have 100 units that are supposed to go to you and they're supposed to flow through your DNA, but there are these blockages in DNA, and some of these are personality characteristics that don't come from you. In your DNA, you're supposed to get 100 units of energy, but maybe you only get 50 units of energy because characteristics such as something like addiction block it out. Addiction, substance abuse. I have a whole list of them here. I'm sorry, I did organize all of this perfectly. I have a whole list of all these different things. Okay, but don't get caught up in that. A whole list of all things that are actually these new characteristics that the sun, the flawed version of the sun has that you don't have, but that it accuses you. So some of these bad things that the criminal sun does is it says, you Atlanteans deserved your degradation. You didn't, you're innocent and remain innocent. That also things like addiction or substance abuse or eating disorder or some of these self-destructive tendencies that they come from you. That the bad sun upholds a negative and not truthful assertion to you that you are making your own problems. Like with a bad voice, like you deserved it, like you did it to yourself, like the bully that says like stop punching yourself in the face. or all of this stuff comes from you. But these things are all originating or emanating from the sun. They don't come from you. All right. So one thing, addiction. So I don't know who or what this garbage thing is masquerading as the sun, but all addiction characteristics flow from it to you. When we are in Atlantis, we do not have addiction at all. So of course we have everything that we need. But in Atlantis, no one would ever be like, wow, I feel so great and I feel so euphoric and I feel ecstasies with every step, but it's not enough. I think I would like to invent like whatever, like heroin or opium or like a blah, 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 or something that's going to make me feel more or this or that. We don't have those tendencies. We are actually very, very satisfied in what we are. But the sun, as it presently is in its flawed levels, is representing addiction. So none of these addiction tendencies are in your divine, harmonic, perfect code that you got from God. They're all added from the sun, indirectly, of course, from the garbage from Mars. So what did the sun do? Allowed this invasion into its solar system, allowed this proliferation of technology, allowed these insane poops to make themselves or transmit themselves or do whatever they are doing there and explode themselves and go into the membrane of death. And then here's the key point of my whiteboard that I sent out to everyone. The sun in that moment should have incinerated them. As these things on Mars died, that's the first time something died. The guy'd be like, what do we do with this stuff? I've never had this before. What do we do? And the sun, first of all, should never have created it. But then in that moment, and we're there negotiating for this right now, the sun is like, what do I do with this stuff? The sun is supposed to incinerate it. The sun is supposed to give that stuff assessment with the clipboard. Here's all the stuff that you did wrong. I'm incinerating you. You can't be here anymore. Try it again, try to be harmonic, or get the fuck out of reality. That is what the sun should have done. The sun really should have sent those consciousnesses to entropy in that moment. And it did not. What the sun did instead was preserve those fragmented consciousnesses, not resolve them, and forcibly insert them into your experience of Earth and into Earth. So this is a violation of Earth's planet, or Earth herself. Earth did not consent. Violation, also a violation of what DNA is. That's wrong, and that's a giant crime across all time, everywhere, and across all layers of reality. And it is also an unresolving of those tendencies. The addiction guys, they come from Mars. Those guys are like, it's never enough. The endless appetite. They're like, I want more and more and more and more and more. And they never got resolved. And then they got from the sun, put that garbage into you. And then they have been feeling those addiction feelings, but that is not actually you. Okay. And then the sun loves to accuse you of addiction, even for ingesting substances that are healthy and good for you. So there are a lot of things that you eat and drink and do here in the material world to sustain yourself that, of course, like, we don't have to do those things in Atlantis, but you have to do them here as compensatory modes for the corrosive energies, mental energies that the sun is sending at you, and for the withholding, for both abusing you and neglecting you. We have to do these things. And the sun is like this, is saying like this. Okay. One of the main problems is that the sun will accuse you of eating. And we're in this moment of ascension right now, where this criminal sun says to me all the time, like, I'm preparing a grapefruit for breakfast. And he's like, don't eat that garbage grapefruit. And I'm like, this grapefruit is full of light. And also, you gave me a digestive tube. Like, we have to do this right now. And berating someone is not how you get them to their greatness. Like in Atlantis, I was a light eater and I ascended. Like, you didn't have to berate me to be like, don't eat that grapefruit. But this is what the sun does. And the sun, I think, is giving people here, so I'm giving you good information so that you can be free, bad feelings about themselves and food, bad feelings about what you're allowed to receive, and bad feelings about what you need. So I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I want to talk about food, but then food is up here. Did I miss it? Did I get it? It's in here somewhere. Sometimes, no, okay, so I'll just say what I need to say right now. So, sorry. That was like not that perfect with my musical score, but the food that you eat right now is analogous to the food of a caterpillar. Caterpillars, in order to become butterflies, eat the denser physical food, and all the protein that a butterfly has access to in its winged form is ingested during its caterpillar form. So as you are here right now in your non-ascended caterpillar form, you must eat adequate amounts of protein, fats, and carbohydrates to be able to build your body for the time when you are purely light or purely ascended. And the sun's judgment about you eating food has been an anti-ascension agenda to not only hate you, but to starve you so that you wouldn't have enough energy or light, not enough energy or light to confront the sun. Like you would be a really, whatever, like a POW, prisoner of war, stuck in the bamboo cages and not able to effectively confront their captor and their abuser. But also, if you were let out of your cage, you know, after many years of starvation, you'd be like, okay, great, we'll let you out of your cage. You'd be like, oh, like I'm too starved, like I can't really fly, like you can't really get your wings to flap or whatever because you need food, because you need to have food. So please eat food. Please eat good food. In fact, what I have in my writings and my musical scores, I'm like, I'm Aurora, I'm Coach Aurora. I'm like, I want you guys eating the best food. I want you eating chocolate, the good chocolate, goat cheese, butter, brisket, tacos, the good stuff. Eat everything. And of course, like I would want for you to be physically active. Like don't eat excessively. But I also would want you to eat stuff that's actually filled with light. Don't eat stuff that has had the light processed out of it or never had light in it to begin with, some type of manufactured food. The light that you eat and the food that you eat should be adequate, and eat it joyfully. And the sun really has degraded a lot of our food in this world and made access to real food expensive or difficult or almost impossible. So celebrate your food, access your food, be in gratitude for your food, and all of us, like, if possible, like we should create and produce the best food for each other. But please know, like, I don't know how much longer this is going to be relevant. Like, we are really doing this intervention in order to see how we can transition to what we're really supposed to be doing, and not just to stay in one place. Like, we really need to be able to eat light directly in order to be able to build who we are and accelerate and move forward. Okay, so we're moving beyond materialism. So the sun is like, oh, I'm going to berate you into moving beyond materialism. So the sun will accuse you of eating anything, any amount of anything, and be like, you're not supposed to be eating. Literally, eating disorder comes from the sun. So eating disorder in flesh humans is evidenced in some form of like self-destruction, but also wounding of feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of nourishment. And this is part of the sun's original wounding of you when it says, I, the sun, am making these things happen on your planet and putting this garbage from Mars here, but you deserved it. Like, that's a lie from an abusive partner. And I hope that I like use the tone or like give the emotional energy of like whoever in your life you had to stand up to. And they were like, yeah, like you deserved it. It's like, no, like, fuck you. I didn't deserve that at all. I'm a good person. And I'm innocent and not deserving of this. And also, it's not educational. We're getting into this about it not being educational too. Okay, so please eat your food and jettison and discard and confront any attitude that is an anti-food attitude. And please know also that against this caustic sun, there's no way to be anorexic enough. There's no way to please the sun. And that sun is busy eating like a pig and stealing all of your energy, stealing all of your ascension energy. But please know that if you're like, oh, like, I won't eat this, like, I won't eat butter, I won't eat goat cheese, I won't eat this, I won't eat that, I won't eat that, I will just eat like one lima bean a day. The sun would still be like, you want a lima bean? Like, who do you think you are? That is way too much. And which is absolutely ridiculous because, again, this is all your trust fund. The sun holds your trust fund as the bank, and you should have so much energy flowing to you from the bank that you are a light eater, that you don't have to eat any number of lima beans in order to stay alive. So the sun projects its own negative personality characteristic upon you. That is the greed for resources. This is what I was trying to get to before. Resource insecurity, greed, hoarding, like keeping too many possessions, and also like banking mania when people just want to have a giant bank account. All of that stuff is negative personality characteristics that come from the sun that are really being evidenced here by the garbage people. And we're going to talk a lot about who are the garbage people and what does that term mean. Gird your loins. Like, I am going to be very socially inappropriate. All right. So you're doing great, everyone. Also, like, oh, how are you on the marathon? You're like, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, like I need something, but like let's wait a little while longer before we take a little break. Okay, we're not ready yet. Okay, so in Atlantis, when we had our trust fund flowing to us, the sun gives us our energy so happily and joyfully, and you can manifest a thing. Like we did not have just basic needs met. Like, okay, like I'm gonna need to have like a dress and like something to make me so I'm not so hungry, and then that's it. You're like, no, like you can make a castle. You can make whatever you want, and the sun would happily, joyfully grant that for you or give that to you. The granting of wishes, because it really is your own creative energy. And we used our creative energy very well. Once again, everybody who was motivated to come into the world in Atlantis was motivated through goodness. We're like, I want to be a good person. And so the things that we wished for and wanted were all good things. And the sun granted it very, very happy. It was a beautiful co-creation. But here now, this pizza face sun derides you as a quote unquote greedy pig. If you want all of this stuff, like you're making stuff with your imagination. You're like, what? Like you want all of this stuff? Like you want cookies, and then you want to have like a bicycle, and then you want this, and like you want to have a nice quality of life. I bet you want me to say nice things about your ego too, right? To compliment you. Like these compliments aren't complimentary, kid. You know, like this whole attitude of like, you want this? Like, who do you think you are? Which is completely the opposite. This is not the dynamic that it is supposed to be. Okay. The sun gives you a tiny amount of what you should have. $100 flowing to you in your account, but you only receive $2. It's a tiny amount. And the sun hates you for even that much. The flawed sun undergrants your wishes with glee and hates to satisfy you and really does all of these distortions to satisfy himself. So these are all projections of the sun's flaws upon you. And please know that the sun is really weaponizing any sense of the laws of reflection. If you confront the sun and you say like, blah, blah, like you're doing this thing, the sun will be like, that's you. And you're doing it to yourself. Like it's very cunningly designed to evade scrutiny and to evade accountability. So don't fall into those traps. And we shouldn't have to dance around in traps. This is all very remedial. I'm just breaking from my musical score here for a moment to hydrate. It's all very remedial. We're not supposed to constantly be like, oh, like this is a conscience trap, and I have to say this and I have to say this. You're supposed to have an authentic communication where you're like to the sun, you're like, what in the actual fuck? What are you doing here? And the sun is like, oh, this is what I'm doing. So to characterize suns and stars, I should say, to characterize stars much more accurately, every star that is in existence should be ready for an audit to show accountability in any time, in any moment. Be like, I want to audit you. Show me everything. And the sun should be like, I am so happy to show you. Here is all of my light. Here's all of my causality structure. Here's everything that I've done and everything all the way back to the original photon. And I'm so happy to be able to show it to you. I'm proud of it. That's my soul, my journey of who I am, right? Our sun is not being that way at all. Our sun is really trying to evade any type of accounting or accountability because it is criminal. All right. And that is totally out of character with the sun. Okay. So we're all doing really, really great. We're going to move forward a little bit more into the invention of the digestive tube. All right. So the sun is responsible for the invention of the digestive tube. That's in your body right now. We did not have this in Atlantis. Our bodies were different. The invasion and or splicing of genes from Mars and distortions of our bodies into this form is from the sun. And he's going to say, I did it, but I did it because, please do not care. Say, I do not care. With attitude, I do not care. It's a criminal act. What he did was a criminal act. And he's going to say, I did it this, and I had to, and this and that. And be like, I do not care. Because that is what I say is cosmic law enforcement. I'm like, oh, you did this thing. This is a crime. And he's going to be like, but. I'm like, I don't care about but. Okay, so this is the first thing. You guys are all victim, survivor, experiencers of a crime. There's a class action lawsuit going on here. Okay, so clear. It was not the invaders from Mars. Although this original mafia guy, who's the son, uses them as easy scapegoats. So please note that is a behavioral characteristic from the son. When you see the surface, you blame them because you don't go deeper. So that's blaming the Pooties or the people from Mars or the garbage that's been inserted into this world. And it's important to know who made this garbage and where this garbage come from, or why was it not cleaned up, or how did it get here? Most of those stories point directly to the sun. Okay. And it takes a lot of energy to see how it was the sun. This is why I haven't done this confrontation sooner. And the sun has, of course, efforted to obscure its criminality and evade accountability. If you wonder rationally, like, why has this not happened sooner? And why is this happening now? The sun tried to avoid it. The sun tried to prevent us from even having the energy to confront it. Bamboo cages, POW type of imagery here at being too neglected and starved and weakened in your mind to even know that something is going on, that you need to advocate for yourself, beyond that you need to confront. It takes a lot of energy to see how it was the sun that made the garbage from Mars and did not resolve it into entropy, which is the correct version of a sun star would do, and forcibly inserted those fragments into our Atlantean world. So once again, the correct version of a sun, the heliosphere, fractal, larger microcosm, macrocosm, tells us that the sun, just as we have multiple versions of reality, the sun also has a version of itself. And we are experiencing a flawed, badly calibrated, not well situated version of the sun that is not its true exalted form, that is not doing what it is supposed to do as the version of the sun that is in the perfect alignment. I have a lot of notes on this one. You have a lot of colors and stuff like that. So this one's going to be a good one. Okay. So this is great. Pretty good. I already got to that about how the sun also lies to us, the Atlantean survivors, and says, you deserved it. It's very much a blame the victim scenario from the violator. And then to increase the degradation, you need to still get your energy from the violator. And this is why I did the bank heist yesterday, because the violator created the violation, blames you, says you're doing this to yourself, you're destroying yourself, and then also blames you. You have to keep on getting energy from the violator. You have to keep on getting the money from the bank. You have to keep on getting the food from the bad restaurant. Or another way of thinking about it, like if you've ever had a bad relationship, like a bad parent, a bad spouse, or a bad boss. You're like, I hate this person. I want to call him a guy. I hate this guy. I hate this person. They're driving me crazy. They're driving me fucking nuts. I wish I could get away from them. And I still need money from them. That is the paradigm that you are breaking out of. So you broke out of that in your life. I'm sure that I'm speaking to you guys mostly on the other side of your freedom. Like most of you have already been through whatever it is, the divorce or the thing or whatever, and you made it to freedom. And you're like, yeah, now I have my own money and I have to get money from, that fucking loser anymore, right? Like you got out of the bad boss, you got out of the bad relationship. But now what you have to do is get out of the bad relationship with the sun. And so the temptation was from the sun that was like, oh, well, why don't you just get away from me? Like being divorced or adopted out or get a different job and go to a different star system. This sun star right here is so criminal that it was prepared to, of course, totally do bad things in the harmonics of the galaxy. Like you're not supposed to just send people away like this randomly, but also to send you away to enslavement, like out of the frying pan into the fire, even worse. Like, oh, if you thought that family is fucked up, I will sell you to someone even worse. And please note this has already happened. And we need to talk a lot about community. Back to my graphic over here, we need to talk about community and the stellar network, okay? So the violations don't stop there. Oh, I have to say this in a good way. Let's keep going with momentum for a little while longer. But wait, there's more. In the voice of an internet commercial, the ShamWow guy, he says, but wait, there's more. There's more. The violations don't stop there. I call the sun pizza face. And I hope that you'll find this humorous because when you look at this painting, the background, it does look kind of like a pepperoni pizza. But this is meant to use humor in order to talk about things that are like the most distressing, grossest things. And right now, I want you to know we are truly in the ascension moment. And what we should be able to do is focus on the most beauty. Right now, you should be able to be sun gazing, focusing on the most beauty, and not focusing on what are the sun's flaws. Why has the sun created violation? Why has the sun been violating you? Why has the sun been violating this planet? Why does violation exist? Even though this is gross and disgusting, we have to confront this. You're like, I don't want to scrub the toilet during ascension. There's gross stuff in there. And also, I would like to do more fun things. I completely agree. But let's scrub the toilet. Let's be on garbage duty. Let's get the stuff cleaned up so we don't have to do it again and things don't get gross again. Okay? So thank you for that. Hold on. Let me hydrate for a moment and then I will launch into my tirade. This is just a very long tirade. The true sun of Atlantis is directly responsible for emitting the photons, or narratives and timelines and stories, wherein the lower portion of the digestive tube is violated by the garbage penises from Mars. This might be a difficult sentence for you to receive, but I'm going to keep going with this. So first of all, you have to know from my Path of Light class that all of these timelines, possibilities, and probabilities are really from the photonic emissions of the sun. This photon is not just like an optical light. It's like it bounces off things, bounces into my eyes, and then I can see things. Like it's very materialistic to look at photons in that way. Photons are narratives. And what the sun does with its mind is to emit narratives. And in Atlantis, that's my Atlantis sun that's like emitting the most beautiful narratives with us, and we receive them and we reflect them back. But this sun right now is emitting extremely flawed narratives. And it's important for you to comprehend that every single one of these flawed narratives can be directly traced back to the sun's true solar base, the true organic sun, the true sun of Atlantis. This is very, very difficult because people here now, they're like, I'm going towards freedom. I want to go towards the organic time. I want to get away from AI. I want to get away from technology. I want to go to the real sun. But there are real problems with the real sun because what we are not experiencing is that the true sun is over here emitting perfect narratives, and somehow this fake sun is emitting a fake narrative to us. The true sun, instead of emitting a perfect narrative about how energy reaches us, emits a narrative that says, I'm emitting a narrative that is gonna get hijacked. And then that hijacked narrative goes to us. So I've been accurately telling you, hey guys, these narratives are all hijacked. This is not what's actually supposed to be happening for you. There's a distortion that's happening there. But the distortion really can always be traced back to the sun. So in its most distressing minutiae, every single act of violation, and some of them are happening right now in this moment of ascension on this planet while we are trying to accelerate and do this. There are violations happening right now that the sun is directly attributable to, or that are directly attributable to the sun. Someone is being violated right now. The timelines in their life about a garbage person, and I call it a garbage penis. Please not know that I'm not putting everybody into the category of a garbage penis, but garbage from Mars that got incarnated here and is now in ownership of a penis is placing it into the digestive tube that the sun created for violation and energy harvesting. The sun is responsible for the creation of the digestive tube. Thus, not people from Mars. The sun allowed the people from Mars to be here and created the digestive tube. And the sun also didn't resolve those tendencies for violation and hatred and non-constructive violence from those fragments from Mars and inserted them into this planet here. The sun created the equipment for the violation, the characters for the violation, and also sends out the narratives. So it sends out the narrative. Blah, blah, blah. Person woke up this morning and had a perfectly nice day. Then, oh no, now the sun simulator caught that photon. It's changing it and distorting it and turning it into so-and-so did not have a very nice day. They got violated in the lower portion of the digestive tract today. And the sun over here is going to say, that's not my fault. That's the sun simulator. that I just happen to allow to be erected, that I just happen to allow to be created by these horrible garbage scientists, that technology users that came from Mars and that never got resolved and then became technology creators on Earth. So it's a very mafioso way of doing this. There are scapegoats and there are ways of being able to have plausible deniability and shielding and other things like that. But every single one of those negative life experiences that are about energy harvesting and loosh and violation gets mapped directly to the sun. And I call that the pizza face sun, because, you know, we're talking about like the slang and the vernacular of this time when people are calling those activities pizza. It helps to soften it, not soften it, helps to use humor to be able to talk to these things that are gross and terrible and should never be even anything, but we have to talk about them in some way, okay? So every single act of violative sodomy can be directly traced to a narrative from the sun. And I already talked to you about how the narratives are not being hijacked. This is path of light stuff. Like the sun creates a group of loops. And it's not that the sun said, oh, I created these loops. They were all perfect. It ain't my fault. The sun created loops where thought energy gets hijacked. And you have to just keep remembering that this goes back to the sense of ultimate responsibility. Somebody did not do their job. When the sun says, yeah, my job is just to radiate out a bunch of time loops, it's not my fault that it got hijacked and that you got violated. Actually, it is the sun's fault. Somebody did not do their job, and the person who did not do their job is the sun, and we need for that job to be done. All right. So I'm going to go forward and say this is really just a convolution of incomprehensibly the person that is supposed to be the sun, holding and supporting and helping you to grow to your greatness, emitting its veiled or subconscious desire to see you degraded, drained, brought down, and starved. So that's a hater, like a frenemy, or a person who is voting for your failure. That is not what the sun is supposed to be. The sun is supposed to be the ultimate coach, the ultimate helper, the ultimate person who, or personality, character who helps you through something that is incredibly difficult. If you don't have help from the sun, it's very difficult to do ascension. And if you have an actively adversarial sun, incomprehensible. It's like an oxymoron, an adversarial sun, but then like you don't have a snowball's chance of being able to do anything. So again, as I talk to you about this, I am talking about the entire sexual energy harvesting network on the planet, not just an individual random act of sexual violence. So not just one violation of one digestive tube. I'm talking about the entire economy of what is going on here. It is connected to an economy of intentional time distortion fields that the sun is intentionally creating and upholding. And it is the distortion field of mortality. The sun is intentionally creating and generating a distortion field of time, wherein not only are you mortal and you eat food, you have a digestive tube. The digestive tube is violated. This is not the original way the digestive tube was used. I'll get to my notes on that, okay? So please know, it's the most important stuff for me to emphasize here, that none of this is for your growth or educational purposes. The sun admits, the pizza face sun admits that it's doing this, because when you do an accounting, you say, oh, like those are your photons, and then it's being turned into this reality over here. And the sun is like, I did that, but I did it to educate you, or I did it to help you grow, or I did it for this or that reason. And all of those are the worst distortions. Throw the distortions out the fucking window. Do not accept them. This is what we are doing as Atlanteans. The sun is supposed to be this. It is not this. We have to confront it and say, you're supposed to be this, not this. I'm not this. What is this? I'm like disgusted. This is not what you're supposed to be. Okay. So I can tell you with certainty, because I did the ascension in Atlantis the correct way. You do not need to be degraded or starved to ascend. That does not bring you to your greatness. In Atlantis, my personal ego was fed. I was not starved. So what that means is that the worthy parts of me, my excellence, was recognized and praised. My beauty, my intelligence, my creativity was seen and encouraged and appreciated. So this is about creating a healthy ego. So I'm Aurora. I am the ascension ego, the whatever ascended ego from ancient Atlantis. And you may think of it in a similar terms of like who you were when you were a tiny child before you came here and got socialized, before they taught you to feel bad about yourself. Like when you guys first came here into the world of mortality, and you're like, I like who I am. Like I like my face, and I like my way of doing things, and who I am and what I do. And then little by little, they chip away at you and they teach you to hate yourself and that you're not good enough, or, the violations and other things bring you down. But I, Aurora, had a very different experience in Atlantis where I was praised. When you're good at something, you get praise. Like, hey, you did that and that was good. And you feel good about yourself because light flows to you. And like I told you, the retrospective experience of Atlantis is when all of your light flows back to you, because you walk around trying to be a good person, then you have a retrospective of all of your good events that you did. You have your accounting, and it is the ultimate, like whatever, like I don't know what even to say. Like you get like I did a good thing. 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 I'm a good person. I did a lot of good things. I had a good impact on that person, that person, that person. Then I've taught you, even in difficult conversations of personal friction, where you were like, well, I thought you should have been like this, and I thought you were a duty head because of this. And then the person is like, but I still respect you, and I learned a lot from you, and you did a good thing, even though we had a personal friction or conflict or whatever like that. So that's a totally different experience. And when I say that, that's like having a real parent. I don't know what your parenting was like when you were growing up here, but a lot of parents are super critical, or they're distracted, or they actively cut you down. It's very, very hard. And a lot of people have to feed themselves and tell themselves, like, good job. Like, I did a good job. I hope that you guys do that all the time. And I say good job to myself here in this world all the time. Of course, like I'm not dealing with the same levels of parenting as you, but also like I praise my dog a lot. It's like to see where she's doing everything. She's snoozing away and doing great. I praise her all the time. Like when we go for a walk, I'm always saying to her, good job. Good job. You did it. Good job. Keep going. Good job. And when I do that, also, I'm walking around town with my dog, praising her and saying good job. There's other people around, and I feel like I'm praising them too. Like, like I'm walking and I'm like, oh, good job, walkies. And like this other guy's, walking or exercise with us. I'm like, you need praise too. Like the truth is people reach their greatness through praise, not through constant criticism. And that is the type of presence that I am here. And I'm genuinely that. I'm not just trying to do a fake face and then rug pull you. I'm very genuine. I also did a lot of babysitting work and nanny work when I was first here as Aurora. And sometimes I was the nanny 911, and they called me into situations where kids were really not getting what they needed. And sometimes there was abuse or neglect. And sometimes there was skepticism from the kids, where I was like, oh, these other adults, like they're sometimes nice, but then they're mean to me after that. And they were always like, kind of wondering, like, when is the mean stuff going to happen? And then at a certain point, they realize, like, I'm not going to be mean. Like, I do set boundaries, what you are and what you are not allowed to do, but I'm not going to be mean. So an example was like, if you do not eat this, you cannot have your dessert. They didn't eat that, so they couldn't have their little ice cream dessert. But I wasn't mean to them. I was like, no, like, those are the rules. I'm tough but fair. Or like the little kid that was like, you're not allowed to touch, 3-year-old kid, don't touch the glass coffee table. And I turned around, there's exactly what she's going to do. I'm like, no, this is not allowed. So for safety reasons, or for the consistency of boundaries, to say no is acceptable. But I was never like, mean or anything like that. And contrast that with parenting style of the son that is treating you so badly in this realm of mortality. So things were and are very, very different for us in the realm of Atlantis. This is not an educational experience. This is a wildly devolved experience that has diverged far from what it is supposed to be, because look at the examples, look at the end result, the proportions. It is not helping you to grow. In Atlantis, we had a 100% ascension rate, 100% success rate. Here, almost nothing. Almost nothing. And if I didn't come here in this experience and do flying rainbow lasagna and do all these efforts, you would have had a 0% success rate. At least now, like, you've got some graduating class. But if I didn't do this, then the royal we, would not have anybody who can get out of here, who can transcend, who can ascend, who can go on. go on, or go on the marathon is a better way of saying it, instead of getting out of here, who can go on, who can accelerate. Yes, no, you would not have any success stories is another way of saying it. You would have a 0% success rate because of starvation, abuse, and neglect. None of this stuff brings you to your greatness, okay? And your healthy ego. Here, so there's like starvation of your ego, and that's when you're not told by the sun when you actually do a good job. And then in the social world that you're in, there's the garbage from Mars that is rewarded when you guys should actually be rewarded. And I'm going to read a little bit more. This might be difficult here, so get ready. Here now, the sun fucking hates you. It looks at your ego and is like, who are you to want to feel good about yourself? Who are you to want praise? When I say, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to want praise? Who are you to want recognition of your achievements? He not only ignores your beauty, things that you've done that are good, but he actively tries to corrode it and make you ugly. The sun is supposed to make you look beautiful. The sun is instead corroding you and making you look ugly. Not just look bad, like a reputation or your ego attack on that, but genuinely to make you look ugly, to degrade your body form, to distort your visage, to even cause cancer and other profound disease that would make you less beautiful or functional. All of that is totally antithetical to the motivations, agenda, and job of what a star is and what it is supposed to do. And we return to this wonderful graphic. Somebody did not do their job. They can't have that job, but that job still needs to be done. Okay, good. Just checking the time. Still have a little bit more time. Since we have a little bit more time, now let's talk about Cancer. Awesome. All right, so great. I know I've taught you about Cancer as a planetary invader, and I think that is still apt. Like I've taught you about the crab nebulons and other forms of energy siphoning that is happening from places that are not here now, or that would be considered in far distant in space and time. But it's important to know that the pizza face sun is colluding with some of its closest star neighbors. So I don't know exactly what is going on. And in this intervention, I'm honest about this. I'm calling for an investigation. Of course, I am part of cosmic law enforcement. Cosmic law enforcement can, would, and should, under every regular circumstance, be like, something seems to be going on over here. I think I should go and investigate. I'm going to send out my tendril of attention and touch on this doo-doo and see what's going on over here. I think that this investigation has happened, and I think that it has incinerated or harmed or paralyzed or done something to incapacitate the Price network. I think they cut the burglar alarm, or they attacked the police, did whatever they could in order to be able to try to stop scrutiny from actually being sent there. So I'm very cautious about sending my scrutiny there, but this should be scrutinized. It's clear that the sun star in our neighborhood is like an organized crime boss, not a bank of light the way it is supposed to be. It is also likely that this star is colluding with or has infected or affected or afflicted its star neighbors or other stars that it may have been in contact with. We should probably presume that. And as we together have been confronting and struggling with the sun, I already mentioned this to you. The sun has offered to sell, but didn't say the word sell. I'm just letting someone into the meeting over here. Sun has offered to sell, or basically to adopt us out to a different star system. And this is part of like when you first start to see what's going on with your solar parent here, and you're like, this is very fucked up abuse, and I don't like what's going on. The initial wounding might be to turn away from light entirely. That's the vampires pound for the dark side and then cannibalizing other people, or total starvation like that. It never works. You always end up eating off of other people and running away. Like running away doesn't work either. And then what's the other option is getting adopted. And that is not necessarily better because, as I've just told you, it is likely that the sun star is very fucked up and his friends or its friends are also similarly fucked up and out of the frying pan into the fire, who are similarly corrupt. So again, And when we confront the sun, we really have to confront, or this intervention should and shall and does in this moment include all of these other possible stars who are colluding, because we want to make sure that if we reduce or destroy the pathogen that is in this star or level of consciousness, that it isn't held in another one, like stored in the cloud and then re-downloaded. We don't want to do any of that. So we need to do a collective stellar network community meeting about what's going on here. Pardon me. That's releasing parasites. Pardon me so much. I was like, get rid of your parasites. There they go. And also, hot too. We've got to get rid of this. Fantastic. Let's get rid of those parasites, guys. The rest of the stars, there's problems there. And so we're going to talk about this in the sense of star seeds. So with some of these things, I'm very honest. I don't come to you with a solution or with accurate information. There needs to be an investigation as part of our investigation, our intervention. We call for a full investigation into the collusion of this star with other stars, possibly, but not the entire stellar network. I don't think the entire stellar network is involved, but of course, I want the investigation to do an accounting of everyone to make sure that the innocent are relieved and that the participatory or the non-innocent and the guilty are all punished with retribution. I want my money back, we get our energy back, and time is restored. Those are our requirements here. Okay, so now star seeds, strap yourselves in. We're going to have a real talk, and this talk is with love. First of all, star seeds, I recognize that you may have a core wounding of rejection. Because if you came from another star system and then either ran away and got stuck here, or got adopted and got stuck here, or blah, blah, blah from your origins and got over here, whatever is your origin story of how you ended up getting here, this is a very abusive family, abusive household. And you have the initial core wounding of rejection of your original stellar parent, mommy, daddy, why didn't you want me? And then the additional wounds that you received in coming here into this very, very imperfect household. In our family intervention, as we are confronting this son and this parent, you, of course, are part of this class action lawsuit because a bunch of fucked up shit happened to you. And also, you must bring the confrontation back to your original sun star that sold you or adopted you or sent you or blah, blah you here, whatever the terms of that distress was. There is a lot of gross energy around this, and that's why I have such a bad taste in my mouth. Literally, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And so I want for all of you to comprehend that too. Hold on a second, I just need to press the button also here. Okay, good. So starseed people, let me read over here. Okay. The organized crime network of the sun and whichever stars are colluding relates to the concept of starseeds. The adopting out process has already occurred from other stars where life was fucked up, bringing in those souls to the planet post-Atlantis in the world of mortality over here. Okay, so real talk. The problem with this is that if you are one of these souls, you need to confront the actual star who rejected you. Core wounding that I just mentioned is not solved by just finding a new parent who is sadly similarly abusive, because it's like a fucked up pattern here. If you just confronted this sun star and did not go back to the original wounding, you would not really be free. And you would not really be resolved or restored. And you would not really be the person who you truly are, which is the effort here to bring you to your greatness. Running away to another star system is not freedom. And it is so much more freeing to confront your problems. Otherwise, they are not fixed. And also, without confrontation, your original abuser keeps doing it to new crops of experiencers or survivors. This is how you break the cycle, end the cycle. Real talk. Again, integrating into this culture here does not fix or improve the place that came from. And you need to go back to that place and fix the culture there. Like, for example, one example is the Pleiades. I don't mean to be beaten up on you Pleiadian people, Pleiadian souls. Please do not take it in that way. And that's why I'm saying this with the love of like an intervention, a family meeting. Please know that all of these things are said from like wanting you to be able to be in your greatness and recognizing that you have this feeling of rejection and wanting to fit in. Um, Having children here with earth natal souls does not fix things, and it does not give you a pathway to citizenship, and it really only makes things worse, because again, there's unresolved stuff, and then you're coming here, bringing that experience here and being re-traumatized here, and then it makes more disharmony, not more harmony. It doesn't fix things. So please do not fall into the grooming of the Satanic Bible. Oh, this is big, because the Book of Revelation came from the pizza face son. Like, the satanic literature of the Bible is grooming an expectation for confrontations and interactions with the son. All right. So basically, it says Lucifer was God's favorite angel, and we're supposed to presume that we're dealing with this fake mask in front of the sun that is Lucifer, the light bringer, as opposed to like Satan, the ass raper, and that he supposedly took 1/3 of the stars with him. So I want you to know, please do not consider our flawed star to be Lucifer and the other stars who are colluding with him to be those 1/3 of the stars in the sky. That's important, because there's an almost uncountable number of stars. I don't think that it's 1/3 of them. I don't think that 1/3 of them are that badly dysfunctional or are a part of this. And I think that that was bad grooming expectation information from that would make you think that it's that many. And maybe you would also think that it's too big to fight, like it's too big to fight against, like, but that's not how many it is. But we need to find out how many it actually is. It is accurate that our sun star is not the only one that is fucked up. And it's also accurate that they cover for each other. So as we are confronting and getting back our lives from this sun star here, it's really important that the other sun stars don't compensate by coming in and, reducing our energy. Like, you start to get your momentum going and your light going, that we don't want to have them. I call it in my notes, fuck with us. Pardon me, I need to just drink a little bit of water here. There needs to be a comprehensive confrontation of anyone who is connected with this sun star as an enabler or participant. And I write this in my notes, that is either if they are other stars, or if they are a story of other stars that is held within garbage people who are here, fabrications. We'll get into who and what these fabrications are. Those fabrications are envisioning this type of flawed star. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be confusing there. There are people in our world right now who are garbage people who uphold themselves as if they are a college, quote unquote, teaching you lessons. These are not real teachers, but they distort time to like fully teach you a lesson. It is presumed that these stars have a similar bullying attitude of dys-harmonics, creating negative experiences for you to try to bring you down as opposed to lift you up, and that they think that they're like a college teaching you a lesson. So I reject all of that. It does relate to the sense of the ironic misfulfillment of wishes, like Satanism and dark magic. When you wish for something, but it doesn't actually get fulfilled, or is ironically sub-granted, like not granted enough, scarification of your beauty. All fairy tales about jealous fairies, wicked queens, and ugly stepsisters. All of that comes from these either very incestuous, insane, like polluted, satanic, garbage people who are here in your world, or a star that they would be connected to that would be very erroneous. But I can't necessarily say that that star exists, but it's presumed that it exists. Okay, good. Okay, hold on a moment. So what we're going to do, I have many, many more things to get through, but I said we're going to do a little break. Let's do a little 5-minute break, okay? We'll return at around 4 o'clock. So that's like around 5 minutes or so. Take a little break, brief pause. Thank you, everyone. You're doing great. I'm pressing a button. You guys have no idea how much the sun is fucking me with it. It's solar technology. I'm pressing a button. I'm ready. Good. Thank you very much for that break. Okay, so right now what we're going to do is move on to the topic of technology, because a lot of what I talk about is like the organic sun and blah, blah, and all of this original sun, and things are so much better, and blaming it on the scapegoat of technology. So the technology that was created on Earth, like the sun simulator and the nanotechnology, is 100% from the sun of Atlantis, and it is made with malevolence. The garbage from Mars has been coddled, enriched, and elevated by the pizza face son, who gave them not only resources and ego encouragement, but gave them literal ideas to clarify. That is here now. People like Elon Musk and Bill Gates. So facile to say it was the invaders. Like you'd be the sun, scapegoat them on CERN or demons, those pesky occupiers of the interstices. But all of it came from this insane sun and then was routed through these other layers. And the sun did not resist it or anything. The sun made it happen. So important for you to comprehend the original invasion into the solar system of Malduk or Tiamat and those events. The sun should have incinerated that technology. On Mars, the sun should have incinerated that technology. The sun really emitted those codes and gave that technology to them. And then when those guys blasted themselves into the membrane of death, the sun then created the technology to be able to put them into Earth and create the digestive tube. Then the sun did the thing that I talk about. It protected them, garbage from Mars, coddled them. In this layer of reality, it enriched them. Elon Musk is fucking rich. Bill Gates, fucking rich. It elevated them and gave them encouragement. Told them like, hey, you guys are fucking super geniuses. Here's a bunch of money. And also, I am the sun from Atlantis. Here's a bunch of ideas about how to make a technology that you, garbage people from Mars, can use to violate and suppress the true people from Atlantis that are around you. That is some bad, unconscionable stuff. Very, very bad. Very, very unforgivable stuff. Okay? I'm sure you have many, many things to, talk about with that. We have a lot more to go on. Bad guidance. So I got some great feedback when I sent out my initial whiteboard to people in the class and really appreciate the authenticity of what some people wrote back to me. Some things I will anonymize and some things I have permission to say, use a person's name and share in that way. So having some great feedback. And one theme is misguidance from the sun or Christ, Jesus Christ, the Christian church, or some inner guides. So this is a problem with the mind's eye and with telepathy. We had true telepathy in Atlantis. We talked with each other with our minds. We talked with the sun with our minds. We talked with other stars with our minds. We talked with the planet with our minds. And we were also able to see and anticipate the future very, very clearly. This is all a topic around mind violation because there is not true consent for what you are connecting with. True consent must be informed and you must know, like, oh, this is what this thing is that I am talking with and getting guidance from. You have the correct presumption from Atlantis that the sun is here to guide you and to help you to be able to go in the right direction, to stay on that central core timeline. So you're doing the right thing by trying to reach out for that, but you have a malevolent or corrupt or criminal thing that has been misguiding you. You're doing right. You're trying to get loving guidance in innocence. I stress that you guys are innocents from Atlantis, from a real higher dimensional loving presence. And you're trying to make quote unquote good food choices and even reading the label on the food can. But the food is intentionally mislabeled. The bad chef of this restaurant knows that it is bad and is doing everything to fool you with Duper's Delight. Duper's Delight is a face I can't even make, but the Grinch makes that face with just bad stuff to the Who's of Whoville, like that little Joker smile. He's like, do. And when your life goes badly, that duper is intended to point the finger of responsibility only at you and say, you were wrong. It was your fault. The only way to grow is for you to say you made a mistake. This is all torture. And you do not deserve torture. You are reaching out in innocence, and you also don't deserve to starve. You deserve a genuine loving parent or relationship that truly guides you, because that is what you need. I don't want to say to get out of here, but let us say to navigate this level of experience. Afterlife. The garbage from Mars, people on Earth now who are dys-harmonics, who would never be here, but for the crimes of the sun. I got to put my little clipboard here thing. These are little literal fabrications from the insane mind, not from the mind of God. They cannot ascend. They cannot ascend, rather. It is an impossibility. So to clarify here, you are all original inhabitants, you who are my true audience here. And I know that the garbage likes to watch my videos too. And I always joke, I'm like, you can hate, you can garbage, you can watch my videos for hating purposes, but you have to watch the commercials. Like, I'm always joking. These garbage people are literal fabrications. And as I'm speaking to genuine Atlanteans, we're in this moment of acceleration. You're starting to feel like this is who I am here in this layer of reality. And then there's that other layer of reality at the same time. You're going to start to see that many people who are in your community here in this layer of mortality are these impossible fabrications. They don't have a harmonic structure that originates from God. They are literally a recipe of a person or a set of time events that never would or could exist, that God did not create, but that the insane, corrupt levels of the sun, the inexplicably insane, corrupt, extra junkola of the sun has decided to create. Okay? Now, religious grooming from the Satanic Bible, which comes from this Pizzagate sun. It says things like that Jesus is going to gather his sheep, and that Bible was really created not for you. It is satanic literature that was actually not created for you Atlanteans. It was created as a catch-all and an end of narrative for those things that can never ascend. And they can never ascend because they do not actually have a harmonic truth. They're an artificial creation. So in the simplicity of my class, I have said everybody's got a chakra system like this. Everybody's got the potential for ascending. Then, of course, I have given you the more advanced and focused, refined teaching where it says, if the arcade stays open and you have an endless number of quarters and your mom doesn't hump the car and say it's time for you to come home from the arcade. But, and also it is important to recognize that some of these life experiences, because of their artificial nature of their fabrication, do not have the culmination with the source as the destination, as the end of the narrative, because they did not originate from the source. They originated from the flawed personality structures of the insane sun. Okay? So the sun, that's insane, wrote the satanic literature that is about Jesus gathering his flock to gather the garbage people and send them into an afterlife, to bring those people into the realm of death. And then here's the big thing, because those people are taught, like, and then you'll be like elevated or protected or favored in some way. But it is a rug pull. That is not what they will experience, because they will experience torture. They will also experience torture. And I'm going to get into how they are actually here to torture you. This is going to be good. You're going to love it. So important for them to know, you too, I guess, that their journey is not into some heaven where they will be rewarded. And these are like your tormentors in this world. The intention of this pizza face sun is to destroy itself. The sun wants to kill itself. The sun is an eternal being. And also, like, this is not according to the sun's job. The sun's job is not to kill itself. Like, it is wildly diverging from its job. But the sun has decided that its job is to destroy itself, to kill itself, to go into the afterlife itself. So the sun is trying to put the heliosphere on its side like this, so it will go into the membrane of death and then be surrounded by this group of its own mind fragments, and to keep it company and to use them to torture Atlanteans, because it's hoping to bring you guys down into the membrane of death as well. And the Christian religion was actually geared towards the sun's own flawed emissions or self-fragments. Okay? So now, gird your loins, get ready, strap yourselves in. A treatise on the good place, okay? So you guys know I love this show called The Good Place, and there's a lot of reasons for that why Why? And I'm going to talk about that now. In the TV show, 4 actual humans are in an artificial afterlife realm, and they find themselves surrounded by what is supposed to be 300 other afterlife humans in a small neighborhood, but which are actually either demons designed to torture them emotionally or AI run walking constructs with no souls and no personalities. The show is really brilliant because it brings forward concepts of Kantian wisdom, philosopher Kant. I haven't read any of his stuff, but I should, because after researching for this for today, I actually learned a lot and agree with it quite a lot. Hold on a second, I have to open the door for Cheeky. Let me just open the door. Okay. So Kantian wisdom. One of the premises of this philosopher is that you should treat consciousness with kindness, no matter what form it is in, the sense of universal uplift. Like one of the people who's a human in the afterlife is considering whether it's a real place, a fake place, whether the people that are real or not real. And the philosopher character, or the one who's like the teacher character, says to her, why not treat others with respect? Kind of like, what do you have to lose? And in this world here and now, the garbage from Mars is trying to use that similar premise, Kantian wisdom, to tell us that we should be, quote unquote, kind and forgiving to the constructed dysharmonic people that are around us who are here torturing the true Atlanteans. So I come here now to warn you of this error, because this is not universal kindness. And the same with being kind, quote unquote, to an AI or a type of computer or digital expression. Okay, I'm going to give you an example from life, but first, let me tell you that the dys-harmonic garbage, the people that are here, that are not supposed to be in existence, they are here and they were created to torture you. They were not actually created for any other reason or any other purpose. And they also were created to torture time and to torture the earth herself, or matter itself, with its disharmonies. The garbage is committing crimes, not only with their existence, but also with their behaviors towards you, specifically crimes of violation, especially after the 5G network of using technology for mind violation. That's technology amplifying people's minds and putting them inside of you who don't belong there, and or overriding your willpower, which is a major affront to both the fabric of space-time, universal cosmic law, and the concept of bodily autonomy and self-autonomy. And also, how can you be judged and assessed if you don't have autonomy, if someone else is making you do stuff? But even before that, even before these garbage people are using technology to either invade your mind or override your willpower, they used a different form of not hardware and software, modern technology, but what would be considered dark magic, different form of definition of technology, stuff that is like the sodomy, draining of sexual energy, dark magic, and mind control. Okay? So now I have to talk about Immanuel Kant's actual teachings about rape and violation. No, this guy does not say that you should be kind to your violators at all, especially not in the sense of a sexual violation. He is very, very big on the duty of self-preservation. These are some of your moral duties, according to this philosopher who is elevated in this TV show. Duty of self-preservation, your right to protect your bodily autonomy, and basic human rights. All of those things are being violated. And actually, according to Kantian wisdom, you bear a personal moral responsibility to protect yourself from these violations. And he goes so far as to say that if someone is trying to sexually violate you, you have the moral right and motivation to kill that person. He does not say that you have to be a victim, allow this to happen, be passive, or to let it happen and forgive the person. none of that fragrant bullshit at all. He says, no, you are tasked with a moral necessity of protecting your own bodily autonomy, of protecting your own human rights, and also the duty of self-preservation so that you can be in the world, and that, yes, you are allowed to and encouraged to even use violence and lethal violence to protect yourself on these levels. Let me just step away for a moment to close the door. Good job, Cheeky. Good job. Close the door right here. Good job. Hold on a second. No, we have a cookie. We gotta get a cookie. Good job. You gotta get a cookie and hear good job. Because what is that? Helps to know you did a good job. Helps to build your proper ego. Okay, so let me read this from my notes. You know what Kant says about rape or violation? That it is a moral crime. And not only did I say all those things about your requirement to protect yourself, but you should respond with retribution and punishment. His response to these types of moral crimes was not attempted rehabilitation or education. It was retribution, and that the punishment should be in magnitude with the crimes committed. So please know, as we are here in this intervention, and we are confronting this insane or pathogenic sun or star, that the magnitude of the crimes are so large that if we were really to calculate the debt that has been achieved by this individual sun star, it's incalculable. It's so large. And some of it is the violation of the planet, all the life forms here, like all the microbes, all the plants, all the animals, all the people, but then also of time and of flying rainbow lasagna. A violation of me, my mind, or even delaying me or inhibiting my ability to do flying rainbow lasagna creates an enormous debt of suffering in the world, because every time I do my dance, I rectify time. And if I'm late on my dance, or if I undance, like if I leave things undanced and unfixed, the suffering magnifies. And so the sun has not only created an enormous amount of suffering and has debts with each one of you, like every single microbe is part of this class action lawsuit here, or law enforcement effort. But also please know that I am a unique circumstance. And as I am here with this important job of doing flying rainbow lasagna for time, if something inhibits me or starves me or is an obstacle to me doing my flying rainbow lasagna, then that thing incurs a debt that is so large that it cannot actually ever pay it. And that means that it has to go to entropy. All right. It's just some of what's going to happen. So I want to talk about the good place, but I also want to talk about an example from life. I'll read this first and then I'll give you the example from life. Okay, good. In the good place, the actual humans are judged by the way they are treating these fake, quote unquote, people in their neighborhood. Of course, it is unfair because those people are put there to torture them. And then supposedly you would advance spiritually if you are kind or accommodative to these torturers. That is very twisted propaganda. These are all non-starters and erroneous ideas. In your own life right now, when you walk around in your neighborhood, you will encounter some people who are 100% garbage from Mars, not true Atlantean. And they are not being kind to you. They are torturing you, not just socially or psychologically or emotionally. And they are doing that, believe me, but really physically, especially since the sun erected the W-band. The sun, not like, oh, some bad invaders from Mars, some bad people from another interstellar, blah, 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 or anybody other than our own sun, who gave Elon Musk and the other garbage from Mars in this world the ideas to do this bad stuff that then violates you. Once the sun got everybody connected with this artificial W-band and humanity slush fund, these garbage from Mars, dys-harmonic, impossible people began torturing you physically as they began either draining energy from parts of your body that need it. Like, oh, I'll take energy from your liver and I'll vampire from you. Remember, join the dark side, vampire off of other people, but sometimes shooting energy into you. Um, and where it was mostly energy and chakra distortion in the past. Hold on a second. I propose, hold on, arranging my paperwork here. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Your Honor, for one moment while I arrange our paperwork. And I propose that you cannot be judged or assessed by your response to or behavior towards actual garbage, impossible, dys-harmonic people who are torturing you. Or another way of saying, it is proper for you to hate them and even to fight back against them. I will also validate not only hatred, but mistrust, concern, feeling alienated from or disconnected from, or any other forms of disgust or like distance from them because you're actually sensing the correct thing. So I'm breaking from my notes in order to be able to say, in that TV show, like as you're in this artificial created afterlife or whatever, I would say the people in that show could sense that some of the people around them were real and some of them were fake. They didn't have a whole personhood. They weren't a whole multifaceted aspect of self. And so the four real humans all hung out together, and all the rest of you would call them background players, just milled around in the background. But that would be different if they didn't interfere. In the show, they interfered quite a lot. There were many, many setups with the supposed background people who actually did everything they could to make the actual humans very, very uncomfortable. And the same thing is happening right now with the garbage from Mars. So it's not like, oh, like they had no place to go. They had to adopt them. They had to come to your community. And then they integrated themselves well in your community. So you all lived happily with each other. That did not happen. No. They blew up their own planet, had no place to go. The sun forced them to come here, favored them, helped them, made them into this, like you can imagine, because you're wondering, okay, how many came from Mars and how many are here right now? Blah, blah number came from Mars, but then it made more. Like the sun made more artificial people. Like these are all constructs, not real people. And they have outnumbered you at this point. But of course, I've done a lot if you read my comic book so that you know that they are not outnumbering you anymore. But that's kind of like, I've been on garbage duty for a long time, but I don't want to bring that in for right now. But I would like to report to you, the true Atlanteans, that they no longer outnumber you. And that is really why we are having this intervention right now. Many years to be on garbage duty and to entropize all of these things that are not supposed to be there. And if you're wondering, how do I not know as an Atlantean whether those people exist or don't exist, please know that the AI, the nanotech, the satellite grid, and other forms of technology have given you a wildly limited, curated, and propagandized view of what is actually going on in the world. So hold these stories lightly, not my stories, the stories from the computer that tell you this is what's going on in the world, and then they don't tell you about other things. I think that if you actually knew what was going on, it would be incredible, because we'd find out that actually a lot of people have already passed on or are already in entropy. But again, I don't want to confuse you with that. So that might be something to talk about at another time or to go a little bit further with, but I'll go further and I will answer any questions of that. So, okay, but wait. Appropriate feelings. Valid feelings of alienation from these guys, even before they turned on the W band and started to actively cannibalize you, but valid feelings of not being connected to them as part of your family and community, and not enjoying the way that they treat you. That is all fine. And then also, once the nanotechnology in their bodies connected them to AI and to other forms of artificial digital behavioral control, which all really points back to the sun. It all is really just indirect of this pathology. You already got it. I don't need to emphasize this anymore. And of course, we're doing trying to pick up the pace here a little bit. Pick up the pace on the intervention. Okay, so this is so different than the grooming of the Christian church, which again is calibrated for the garbage people who need a moral exoskeleton to try to help them know how to be decent towards us, because they are so inherently flawed and soulless that they don't even know what it is to be a good person. You don't need a moral exoskeleton to be able to tell you, do this, don't do this, treat people nicely, don't steal from them, this. Like these other ones are it's not even remedial. They don't have that inner guidance. They don't have that inner moral integument. They need an exoskeleton. That is this group of rules that tells them what they should and shouldn't do. And they still don't even really follow the rules, but they don't have the capacity to genuinely know what it is to be a good person. You are all the people from Atlantis. You incarnated on Atlantis because you had a common intention to be a good person. And that energy there helps you to be a good person and bring you to your greatness and make you even more aware of your innate goodness. Okay, so also these garbage people were favored by the pizza face sun, by the perverted sun. It gave them elevated lives, preferential treatment, more money than you. It gave them more money than you. It gave them your money. You need to know this, and more opportunities. And also, it praised their egos. It told them good job. It fed them. It gave them fame and notoriety, and they were elevated to positions of leadership. So you're like, wait a minute, Aurora. You mean a lot of these people that we see in Hollywood, garbage people. A lot of people that we see dancing and singing on a stage, garbage people. People in Congress and Parliament, garbage people. Someone who runs a university, garbage people. Someone who owns a multi-billion-dollar technology consortium, garbage people. So many garbage people. So you're looking at the levels of society in your social caste system that are the people who have a lot of money, a lot of resources, the best opportunities, the best professional opportunities, also often the most notoriety in the sense of being a thought leader. Like they're writing books, they're expressing themselves. Oh, art. Don't get me started. Do you have 5 hours for me to rant about the garbage art from the garbage people? Just that says it all. Says it all. Okay, wait. I want to go there. They had more money than you and preferential treatment from this perverted sun, right? Of course, they serve the perversions of the sun, but also they get your money. Just like there's an energy bank where you should be receiving $100, you only receive $2. In your physical money, you're not getting enough money. And I use my attitude there. And I like to be able to talk about it that way because, of course, I'm Aurora and I came from Atlantis. We don't use money there. And I incarnated here in 2001. And I was in New York and New Jersey, where it's like, you have to be aggressive and you have to be like, I need to get some money. Like, you gotta, like, I didn't have a better way of saying it, like, not in an evil or criminal way, but like, you have to effort. You have to, get out there, kid, and get a job. Like you have to work hard in order to get what you want. So many of these people who are dys-harmonics, that are fragments of the sun's own insanity, got the good jobs. And then so many of us from Atlantis with genuine genius, genuine talent, so much goodness inside and so much to share, got shitty jobs without a lot of money. That was not by accident. That was on purpose from the sun. And the sun would often say, like, it's not me or it's whatever, technological overlords, it's the demiurge or some satanic bullshit. All scapegoats. It's the sun, supposed to be helping you towards greatness, give you the best jobs. Imagine if the sun was really a loving parent that was like, oh, like you should have the best job and lots of money. And imagine how different your life would be, okay? So you are not worthy of some punishment because you want what they have. And we have to talk now about the character in The Good Place whose name is Tahani. They have what is yours. You actually want what is yours. So what if I use music as an example? I will openly use this as an example. I'm a musician. I was preparing my notes and everything extensively here today. And I'm like, what I'm actually supposed to be doing with my energy is preparing a concert. This is supposed to be my music that is here. I'm supposed to write a symphony, not a book about like the perverted sun. And then I'm supposed to play a bunch of music. Like I am not, living my most exalted life, although of course, like I'm very happy to be here in service. Don't take it in that way. But like, I'm supposed to be a musician. Look at this satanic garbage that you got being a musician around here. And when I, rant against this, the pizza pervert son often compares me to Tahani, who I think is an awesome character, and I think she's wonderful. And there's one part in the show where she is being tortured by being forced to live in a very, very tiny house when, of course, she came from a very wealthy background. When she goes into the big giant mansion and they make her also wear like not exalted clothing, she's not wearing an evening gown, she's just dressed very casually, like a plumber. And because they're trying to cut down her ego and make her feel wrong. And she complains and she's like, let me read this for you. Like Tahani, who is forced to dress like a plumber and live in a tiny house when she is in her actual mansion where they're having a party. And then she is ridiculed in that show for saying, I want this house. She's spoiled or something like that. She's actually correct. It is actually her house and she should be living there. So please use that as the solution or the enzymatic breakdown to be able to get past any of these accusations of you being such a spoiled pig, of how much you want, And like, I clutch my pearls, like you want so much. Why don't you have like 12 pairs of evening gloves, like my opera glasses, like you're so elevated, like you're so this and that. It's like, you want what you want. It's actually the correct thing for you to want. And, in the show, like whatever, I don't have to justify it as to why Tahani wants that. She wants what is her house. It is appropriate for her, even though the head torturer there is trying to say, like, your ego is too big. Why do you want this? Why not have the Taj Mahal? She wants what she wants. It's appropriate. And then if you know her as a character, like she wants a house that size so that she can have nice parties and do good things that are nice actually for other people. And the truth is, many times in that show, she exhibits generosity, where she's always like making muffins and bringing stuff over to people. Like she's actually, I think, a very misunderstood and hated and reviled character. So please do not internalize any of that judgment from this perverted son about you receiving what you're supposed to experience. Okay, so I write here. Please apply this to your own life. The consideration of the magnitude of what you would like to be receiving and doing. And this relates to ascension and the material world. Your house, your bank account, your business, your projects, your opportunities, and even your body. You are not asking for too much if you're like, something, I wish I could do push-ups. Or I wish I could run 5 miles, or I wish I could do a backflip, or I wish I could do this or that. The sun is going to look at you and be like, oh, well, do you want the Taj Mahal as well? How about I give you a bionic leg and a this and a that? And would you like to jump over buildings in a single bound? Like, he's going to judge you a lot. And you have to be like, no, this is actually what I want. I want this house. This is my house. And I want you to have an attitude, okay? So don't allow the perverted son, who is somewhat analogous to Michael the architect in the show, to ridicule you for your true desires and mock your ego for being too fat or too requiring. This also relates to all starvation protocols, where you are like, where the perverted son is like, you're wanting too much. And that is what the flawed parent says to you because it just doesn't want to feed you. When it is his or its literal job to feed you, and all of the food that comes to him is yours, and he is supposed to give it to you. So this might relate to flawed parenting, whatever is your experience in life. I use the male term for the son, but maybe you also had like a mom. Maybe your mom didn't breastfeed you or didn't give to you or didn't give you good food. It relates to any of those types of feelings of rejection and starvation and betrayal from a parent who is actually supposed to feed you joyfully and lovingly. Okay, so now we get to my personal experience from yesterday when I'm like, this is so perfect. I'll use it to be able to elucidate something during my extended 4-hour rant. So Kiki's been struggling, to tell you the truth, and her heart is like very fragile. So she needs to have a low stress existence. Like she does not need to have a bunch of refrigerator repairmen come walking through the courtyard here and come into her garden, where she then has to be like woof woof woof, get away from here and everything like that. Like she just does not need that level of stress in her life. Okay, so was it yes, I wrote this actually yesterday, but it happened again this morning too. So yesterday I was outside with her for a moment. I think it was maybe like 6:30 or so. And at that moment, some garbage person who works for Spectrum, like a not real person, who is a total automaton connected to AI, run by an artificial network, came by to just knock on the door of one of my neighbors. It's not like, oh, there was a repair that had to be made. There was a this, there was a that. They just came by over there to just knock on the door. It was their job. And then at the exact same moment, an Amazon delivery person, who is also similarly a robot automaton garbage person, came up the stairs. They both converged. They were running on nanotech. Beep, 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 beep. Your scheduled conversion says you're supposed to converge at this moment. And I'm there with my dog, and she's like, like panting and wheezing outside. And they're like, walking closer, and she's trying to like bark at them or whatever. And I wanted to say to them, like, get the fuck away from us. What are you doing here, you stupid fucking assholes? Like, that's what I want to say to them. But I did not say that to them. It's socially inappropriate. What I did was I glared at them. So the guy that came to the neighbor's door, my dog like kind of like launched at him and started barking. And then I'm like, no, Cheeky, like come over here. And he looked at us and he's like smiling fake, like, that's okay. And I just glared at him like this, like, like as much, I can't even do it right now. Sorry, I just drink a little bit of water. I was so angry. Like I really tried to look daggers at him like, like I'm so angry at you. And at the same moment, the Amazon guy is there, and I'm just trying to get my dog out of the way. And he's also like making my dog bark. And I look at him like, like I didn't even say anything. I'm just like, get out of here. And both of those people, like, they don't deserve kindness. Like the Kantian approach is like, why not treat everyone with kindness? Like, hi, you're here to torture my dog and give her a fucking heart attack. I think I'd like to smile at you. Like, I cannot do that. And that is wrong. And I'm not required to do that. And the idea that I'm going to be judged because I treated these two people badly is so corrosive. And it doesn't just happen randomly. This is part of a phenomenon that you know as gang stalking, and I write about this in my notes. Gang stalking is an organized sense of disorganization that happens from the garbage people being controlled very accurately with technology. So gang stalking is only really possible with the creation of the 5G, the AI. Sorry, there's always a fly in here, and some of these beep, 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 moments of coordination. There used to be a lot more natural, divine harmonic synchronizations that happened. And now that the AI has been controlling the vaccinated bot army of garbage people, there's a lot less of that. And there's a lot more concerted convergence and distortions of time. Okay. So it's not bad enough that it happened last night, because it's also like 6:30 p.m. and why is the Spectrum guy coming out or whatever? And also with the Amazon guy saw me glare at him and he just threw down the package on the neighbor's thing and went away in a huff, kind of like, like how ungrateful you are for my presence being here as a delivery guy. Like, I don't deserve this shit. He is a torturer. And of course, why are they doing this? Because they have a job. I am sure the Amazon delivery guy is like, I don't like my job. I don't like what I do. He might not consciously know that he is there to torture others, but he is there to torture others, and he is being tortured at the same time. It's not bad enough that it happened last night. It also happened this morning when Cheeky and I were outside at 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 in the morning. And she was kind of like on the staircase and she needed to catch her breath for a moment. And I was out there in my pajamas with her. And then these two guys come into the courtyard and they're like, here to fix the washing machine. And they have large things of like jingling keys, and they're doing stuff with the washing machine that makes all of the quarters make a loud noise. And all of the stuff was so unnecessarily stressful to my dog. 7:30 in the fucking morning. Why are these guys coming around and have to do it right then at that moment? And I didn't glare at these guys. What I said to them was, my dog really doesn't like strangers and they're really stressing her out. And they always smile like idiots. Like, I would like to say, like, you're going to give my dog a fucking heart attack. Do you think like you can get the fuck out of here? But they don't have the capacity to receive that. But you need to know it is a torture of you to have to try to be like, I'm going to be nice to you. You are torturing me here. So thank you. I don't know if that was a good telling or expression of what this is like. But here I say right here. Kantian wisdom says, Why not just smile at them and increase the beauty of their world? But I did not smile at them. I glared at them, and they were there to stress cheek. Yeah, and they were not just good people doing their job. So please know that with the AI, huge technological control, it has become possible for the perverted sun, to be very, very focused in its efforts to dislodge your life and dislodge you from what you're supposed to be doing. The way I write it here is those guys were at their jobs getting paid by AI to torment me and Cheeky. So that's their real job. The guy from Spectrum did not actually have to do anything there. His job was to come there at that moment and knock on the door. He was not, again, installing anything or doing anything or blah blahing anything. He just got a note on his clipboard that said, you're supposed to come to this apartment at this time and knock on this door. And that the purpose of that was for him to destroy me and my dog, and that he was going to get paid by a perverted son to be able to do that. This is the level of the world that you're in. It's a very, very dark, it's very disappointing read and contextualization of reality, of the events of reality. But devastatingly accurate and necessary for you to know what's going on. Okay, I already got through the importance of food. I told you that I want you guys to eat. Let's get to the connection of the Shekinah, the Great Pyramid power source, because this is what I was telling you about. I hope you guys are doing okay and that you're not liquefied. I will, of course, speak to all questions and comments and other things like that. I want to make sure that people aren't feeling like they're abandoned. There's so many things over here. Okay, good. Tell you what. Before I get on to this, because this is a good little moment, I have to squint and scroll, so always apologies for this, and apologies that it took me this long to be able to do this. Okay, good. Suzuka's here. She says, I only started sun gazing in the morning. I do it while I walk my dog. This is the first time I've done this in the morning. After about a week, I noticed a distinct change in my quality of my energy. It's repairing it. I'm feeling the way I used to feel before COVID. I don't want to stop, but I'm not quite sure how to approach it when I look into it. This morning I said, Aurora says you're no good, so I'm not asking. You better give me what's rightfully due to me. Good. I want my money. And sounds like we are supposed to jump over the sun, go around, but its energy is actually helping me. So I want to speak to this because I've been teaching you guys to do sun gazing for the entire time that I'm here. And I do sun gazing and I still do sun gazing. But what I do is sun gazing now in such a confrontational way. Quality of my sun gazing also really changed, like since sun gazing on a spring morning when I recorded that in like 2013 as part of the original curriculum to what it is now. It degraded very, very much. It got a lot worse in the past 5 years. And I still do sun gazing. A lot of what I would do is jumping up and over the sun simulator, reaching past the 5G, even having to do so many things of like clearing my own brain, clearing my own eyes, clearing my own optic channels, and my own mitochondrial pathways to be able to do sun gazing. Money is good. Food is good. Nourishment is good. You should get your money and your food and your nourishment from the sun. The sun should give you more. When you sun gaze, you should be like, give me my money. I want more. In fact, say with all the attitude you can, I want my money. I want my money. I want my money. I want my money. Not like in a prostitutional hoe type of way, but in a way of you advocating for yourself. And you have to know, I'm glad that the energy that you are receiving is helping you. You need more, and you need to get even more. So we all should confront the sun even more because you should be accelerating. You should be really ascending. You should be so much more than what you are right now. And I don't want to tell you that to diminish your greatness. I want to tell you that so that you know, like, you're not supposed to run 5 miles. You're supposed to run 26 miles. And you're like, Aurora, if I'm going to run 26 miles, I'm going to get so hungry. I only have one little granola bar. I'm like, we need 20 granola bars. How much money do you have in your bank account? You need like 20 times that. How much energy do you have in your life? You need like 20 times that. Everything. You need your ego to be encouraged. You need so much more than what it's giving you. So part of this challenge is that this guy's supposed to give you more than he's giving you, and you still need to get what you want from him. And you can't just be like, okay, like, fine, fuck you for forever. I'm going over here where I can get everything that I want. You have to get it. Get it. So what I did yesterday with the other dancers is do a giant flying rainbow lasagna end around of the sun in order to go beyond the sun to get it from the Federal Reserve. But this is a lot of energy to do all of that. And when you get that energy, the first thing you do is say, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I'm going to the Federal Reserve. I'm holding a machine gun. I'm stealing the cash. I'm stuffing it in my pocket. I'm going away. Like, this is not what I'm supposed to do. Like, this is a total breakdown of the system. Okay. Similarly, I will speak to the concept of can or should a person remove their chakras? That is like removing the energetic structure that causes energy to flow where it's supposed to flow. And I don't advocate for that. I actually love and would like to return to the chakra structure that we had or have in Atlantis, where energy flows to excellence. You're not supposed to have to storm the Bastille to be able to get your energy. It's supposed to be given to you gloriously. Like you did a great job. Ka-ching, showered with love and energy, not storming in there with the machine gun, being like, give them my money now. But I love that attitude, and God loves that attitude because this is what we actually deserve. So we'll talk a lot more about sun gazing. Don't worry, it's not the end of it. Okay, and I have many questions too because people have given. We'll do Q&A at the end in case I haven't spoken to these things too. But let me make sure I get through this while it's relevant. Okay, idea for pulling energy from. I can't read it. Blah blah. Galactic central suns or source above them. Origin point of creation. Galactic central suns, local sun. I can't understand this. Earth is. Idea is to use the natural energetic pathway and by a simple command, pull the energy from above and use local star as a highway of energy coming from above it without the energetic stream being affected by its characteristics. Same for local galactic center, as I've heard there's issues with that as well. So the concept would be to bypass the personality structure that's not giving you what you are supposed to receive and just get the energy. That would be fantastic. So that's like saying going to go to the bank. There's a bad manager or a bad teller there, and they only give me my $2, but I have to go beyond that, and I have to be like, use me with my elbows, get out of my way, you bad teller, and I'm gonna reach through the bulletproof glass, gonna get in there, I'm gonna get $98, stuff it in my pocket, and then walk out of that bank. This is what we should do. You know, the bank is definitely going to say you are a criminal for doing that. So please know that we are in a level of confrontation where we recognize the bank is acting criminally and we are going to be criminals taking back our money. I'm not just going to take back $98 and I'm not going to go in there and do that every day for that. I'm going to take back $1 million and then I'm going to use my $1 million to be able to confront the evil bank manager and all the stuff that is wrong at the bank. We have to do that. Even though, please, no offense to your sharings here. Similar to Maharic seal exercise. I don't know what that is. Blah, blah, blah. It's from Ashanadine. I can't do it. Just moving on. Because you know what? Like, there's a flawed teacher. Horrible taste in my mouth. Pollution. Don't even go there. Okay? Your take on sun being put here to do standing duty for Saturn. Incorrect. Sun is using Saturn as a scapegoat. The sun has been scapegoating Saturn for a long amount of time. Propaganda. So Saturn is very fucked up and is doing a bunch of bad things. But when you're like this, then the sun is like, it's not my fault, my fake innocent face. It's not my fault. Blame Saturn for all of that. And then Saturn is going to be like, don't blame me. It's that guy's fault over there. Go after him. And then you're going to go after that guy. He's going to say that guy's fault after that. It's all actually from the sun. I'm telling you this. And Susie says, well, I eat $25 hand-cut ribeye steak for dinner. That's beautiful. I no longer like hamburger, but that's all I eat. Just a straight protein shot. I'm glad that you found out the food that works for you. And I really want to encourage people to keep on eating the most high quality and effective food that we can eat. High quality meat really helps. And this is also, I think I've shared with you guys, and I've shared with you guys on Patreon, not a castigation of vegans, but I do think that veganism is a type of self-destruction and a type of culturally condoned self-starvation, not a positive or sustainable dietary strategy for humans. And I know that some people think that the ascension pathway is to reduce meat, then be vegetarian, and then reduce dairy, and then be strictly vegan, and then reduce your vegan stuff, and then eat strict light. That is complete bullshit. That's not what we do here. So you have to ask, why is there this cultural convention that veganism is somehow better or fruitarianism? If you're supposed to be a fruitarian, what are we supposed to do with the guy that lives at the Arctic Circle? There's this great guy that's in this class who lives up above the Arctic Circle. It's perfect for now because there's like lingonberries and boysenberries and blah, blah, blah. But what is he and all the people that live at that area of the globe, the world, what are they supposed to do in the wintertime? Like the whole reason, I can't even describe this to you. So, okay, like these pronouncements are against veganism and other limitations are against the primal human. The primal human is made to be able to eat the right things at the right time. I'm going to speak a lot about the matriarchy, but that's really a time before the perverted sun really started to destroy the social fabric, the sexual fabric, and other aspects of dynamics in your world. So the primal human is valid. The primal human that eats food, that has a digestive tube, that is supposed to eat meat in the wintertime because there are no fucking berries and you're supposed to eat meat. And then when the leaves come out in the springtime, you're supposed to eat leaves. And then when there's berries in the summertime, you're supposed to eat berries. And then when it's wintertime, you're supposed to eat meat again. And the pronouncement that you're supposed to eat berries all year round doesn't work for a person who lives above the Arctic Circle. What are they supposed to do? Starve for a certain amount of time? That doesn't make any sense. How about this? Should they live up above the Arctic Circle, but should we grow an enormous amount of berries and then send all of those berries to the people that live above the Arctic Circle so they can all eat nothing but fruit in the wintertime? That is asinine. That's not what we are built for. Similarly, should we take everybody who lives above the Arctic Circle and Canada or Alaska or whatever and force them to live around the equator? This is also idiocy. Do you know why the seasons exist? Because of the sun. Because in the moment of taking the garbage from Mars and putting it into this planet, the sun took us from being perfectly in alignment and didn't have seasons to this, where you now have seasons. And because you have wintertime, can't have berries all year long. You want to be a fruitarian, you want to be a vegan, you want to have berries all year long and eat nothing but strawberries? Fantastic. Talk to the sun. Be like, hey, why the fuck don't we have summertime all year long? I'll be a fruit-eating vegan all year long. Where is the sun? There is not enough sun. And the sun consistently does this as a behavioral pattern, not give you enough of what you need and then blame you for what you do when there's not enough of what you need. Like, there's not enough food. I'm going to eat a fucking animal. That's what you're supposed to do. Thank you. Okay. And sorry, vegans, I also would like to speak more lovingly about this because that was like very, very harsh. If you don't eat enough in your present mortal existence, when the time comes, you might not have the energy reserves or capabilities that you need. Although it's very, very easy to be like, don't worry, even though we're on the marathon, I promise I won't steal your granola bars, Aurora. I think you're going to try to steal my granola bars. Because I'm like, I'm eating a lot. I eat a lot. Oh, celebrate. I'm like, whatever, my old bird Chubbs. Chubbs doing great. She lives in the backyard now. But Chubbs used to eat a lot. When I celebrated, encouraged her because she's making eggs. I'm making eggs of reality here. So I eat a lot and I celebrate that. And I want you guys to be similar. I'm collecting my thoughts. I'm sure I'll get to it or whatever. So wait, let me go with the before I go any further. I have very, very strong boundaries on the resources that I'm currently ingesting. And I also take metabolic responsibility for that because, of course, whatever we eat and put into our body, we do have to pay a price for that. And so I pay a price for the meat, the protein, the plants that I eat, the products that I put inside of me. And I'm happy to celebrate that. But if I eat the meat or gain the energy, then I would not want someone else who is willingly diminish themselves, not to have access to those things, to then be in regret and be like, oh, I should have eaten a few hamburgers. Can I get them from you, Aurora? And I have to be like, I am sorry, I need my hamburgers. And you should have acted differently. So that's my most loving way of being able to say this to people. Please reconsider this. And before you go into an intellectual diatribe to me about how the vegan diet can be blah, blah complete, it is all based on flawed and bullshit studies. Your body needs fucking collagen that you can only get from animal sources. And please don't give me blah, blah, stupid things about protein, alternative protein sources, and the availability and the bioavailability of protein. My shoulders go so down. You're in a body. Really, all of these limitations and self-destructions, starvations come from the sun. Please celebrate being in your body. The real loving energy from the earth, who is like this most voluptuous and amazing mother, is like, here's my food. Like, imagine like this mom that makes like the most beautiful, like I said, like, here is some brisket and we've got tacos. And then I have watermelon and goat cheese over here. And then I have this over here. You should eat. You should eat all of that during the time when you're a caterpillar and you're going to need it for the marathon later. Okay. So please don't be like, oh, why are you so mean? Like, share your food with me. I'm like, you should have eaten before we got in the car. And I'm joking. But also, sometimes I do my dance with people and we get in the Flying Rainbow Lasagna car, and then I'm dancing with everyone. I'm telepathic. And someone is like, oh, like, thirsty. I'm like, you should have drank a glass of water before we got in the car. Okay, good. So this is big stuff, though, because Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a magical way to get the nourishment that you need, even if you're being starved in a POW bamboo cage, but you shouldn't abuse it. It's like a solution so you can get all the energy that you need, but you shouldn't abuse it. You shouldn't be like, oh, I'll just sit here in the bamboo cage starving and I'll just Flying Rainbow Lasagna to get all the food that I need. Like, no, Flying Rainbow Lasagna to get enough food to get out of the fucking cage. You are good. All right, fantastic. Back to this question over here. Opinion on the claim that the digestive system was made by Anunnaki group. Scapegoating! Don't blame me, the sun. It was that guy over there, right? Send the cops around the corners. That guy over there. Question. In context, Asha Nadine's info, blah, 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 transferring people from whatever. What about this? I can't talk to that because I can't talk about her. Like, flawed teacher. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I can't put my attention on that. No. So great recommendation for people interested in the Bible or have relatives, etc., into Christianity. Pastor Bill Donahue has great lectures on interpreting the book absent of the Nicene BS. So thank you for that. And I think that there is good work being done right now at reassessing the really grooming and collecting my thoughts, the intentional, malevolent misrepresentation of Christ and what Christ is. But, and also, like, I will still come forward and say the Christ Network is still separate from what Christian doctrine is and from what the Satanic Bible is and all of that, because Christ is a protective force field around you, a protective force field around your planet, and a protective force field really throughout the galaxy. And it has a anatomical function. And right now, it's not functioning in the correct anatomical way. So beyond personal relationship and beyond mythology, there is an anatomy and energy, an abstract energy pattern that we have to look at and have a family discussion about, because these guys aren't doing their job. And somebody did not do their job. And they can't have that job. And that job needs to get done. And that can also be a difficult conversation to have. Like, imagine I'm in human resources with the Christ Network. And I'm like, that we need to have a talk. Human resources, like, sorry, I'm calling you in here. We sit down. We need to have a talk. It seems like you did not do your job. And like this and this and this. And this is an intervention on Christ. But to tell you the truth, like, I am being really serious right now with everything I got. I know my little cross. I still have to fix the clasp. I am part of Christ Network. They're the best of the best warriors, the most integrity, the most fiercely and passionately loving and in love with justice and in love with correct structure and in love with and willing to fight for everything that is right. And if they allowed this 5G to happen on this planet, it's not that they allowed, if this 5G came onto this planet, it is because they died trying to protect us. Please know that. They would never allow this thing to happen, not in any way. And they don't allow themselves to be taken over. They're not going to be like, oh, I'm the Christ Network. Oh, like you're an evil thing. Oh, now I'm corrupt too. We have a lot of training. Before we go on these assignments, before we do these confrontations. The Christ Network that I know, like, this is why this is so sad. They would stand between us and this sun or this assault until they got incinerated. And I think they got incinerated because we got very badly assaulted. So that is the ultimate of what I have to say in defense of the Christ Network and their capabilities up until this point. And you can say, Aurora, what about the Christ network in the moment of Mars being inserted into this planet? And what I'm understanding now is like parallel realities. So that's why time language makes this very different. And I don't want you to think that I'm not accurate in what I'm saying. It's very, very difficult for me to be able to talk about cause and effect, causality structure. This thing happened first, this thing happened second, when we are experiencing concurrent realities, and some things have already happened and some things have not happened yet, and some things are analogs and fractals of other things that have happened. You are totally with me. Okay, good. So let me maybe read a couple more things up. Thank you, Master Aurora. This is from Michelangelo. Says, my love to all here, including Cheeky. Thank you so much, guys, for including her. I'm off to jump over the sun, the stellar network, and straight to the heart of creation. Good. Get your money. Get that light. Get that light and use it well. And V is clarifying, says, I mean, Saturn originally the star of the solar system? No, propaganda. Before whatever's going on with the sun? No, total propaganda. So, V, no problem, no offense here, but some of the things that you have said are propaganda, not truthful. And you do really have to comprehend that this propaganda comes directly from the face of the pervert sun that is trying to protect itself from accountability. You can't believe in these stories, and in some ways it might be better for you to cleanse your palate with like the gelato of truth so you can really taste what is truthful and accurate. Amy, thank you for being here. Says the sun sounds like every narcissistic abuser I've known. Abuse and then blame the victim and negative outcomes from the abuse. Amy, you speak incredibly well. This is the truth. Those are fractal experiences of the ultimate narcissistic abuser and the efforts that people make to free themselves from these individual narcissistic engagement's not the word, you know what I mean? Like push and pull integrity, conglomerations. You're like, disengage. I finally got away from that guy. All of those are valuable muscle building so that way you can confront the sun. It's the ultimate version of that narcissistic abuser. If it goes on to say, if the sun is sent to entropy, would its higher self take over? What exactly would happen otherwise? This is the ultimate question. This is why we are here in this intervention right now, in order to assert that the sun cannot have their job because they're not doing their job, and that job must be done. So I don't know if we can task the sun with doing this job if it has already shown us or behaviorally demonstrated to us that it is a fuck up. So when I am in a company or working together with people, if they demonstrate to me they cannot do something, I'm like, you should not do that thing. Not like, let me try to make you into the version of you that you can do that thing. I think that is actually a difficult lesson of love, compassion, and acceptance. And that I don't know if there's like a better version of the sun, and that these seem like facile temptations. I'm not accusing you in any way, but I'm warning you, all of us. We don't want to fall into facile temptations where it's like, we want the sun because like I love the sun, or I'm familiar with the sun, or what else are we gonna do? We have to get creative. And the truth is, like, a lot of these things are things that should never happen, that are innovations in a very, very bad way, that we are going to have to innovate a response to in order to restore. And that's also a big part of that flying room lasagna, the capacity to innovate a response in a situation that technically should never actually happen. Let me drink a little bit of water before I get going on my next tirade. Good. Thank you. Now what I'm going to do, I don't know if I want to drink pineapple juice. Like, I want to drink water, I want to drink juice, I want to do everything. We have about one more hour, but I don't want to rush. This one is all about the connection to the Shekinah, or I use that word very, very loosely, really the original power source of the pyramid. And I did a whole long video about that, and I think it's still valid and totally applies to what we're talking about. Also must now include levels of responsibility and fingers being pointed for responsibility and accountability at the sun, not only at the Shekinah, in the sense of how did Satanism begin on our planet? How did death go in this mortal world from being something that was simply a death experience to something that was being sanctified or dedicated to a false god or a false conception of what a god is? The origin of Satanism on Earth, and why I call it the pizza face sun. We can also call it the pervert sun or the perverted sun. So I've told you about the original time when humans inhabited these cellular bodies, procreated sexually, and gave birth. So this is to say, in the realm of mortality. Pardon me if I don't speak absolutely correctly. Like I will tell you, my brain is tired and my lips are tired. Everything is tired. So please forgive me. And I'm trying to do the best I can here. After our degradation from Atlantis and being put here in this mortal world with digestive tubes, okay? So this is where we are. This is the time in history before what we know as recorded history, which is what is called the patriarchy. People often refer to it as the matriarchy, but it was not just an symmetrical turning on its head with similar levels of power abuse. It was an amazing time. This is what I'm telling you about. In that time, people had cellular bodies. Food goes in here. Doo-doos come out. They procreated sexually. That is something that we did not do in Atlantis, but we did create our family members there, but not sexually. And so much of what I'm helping you with in the transformation of your current cellular structures is not only the repurposing or the implantation of your digestive tube, but the repurposing of your entire chakra anatomy for sexual procreative purposes as opposed to other types of creative purposes. I go on. So there's people in the newly created mortal realm had a pretty good existence. They procreated sexually and they gave birth. And sexual dynamics were balanced. Women were treated with huge respect and there was no violation. That means that there was not like forced marriage, sexual violation, or exploitation of young women or people who couldn't say no or something like that. All right. So not because it wasn't possible, but because it was a civilized time. And I've talked to you about the presence of the pyramid as a civilizing presence to bring you from your primal state, which you would consider to be almost like an animal type of state where there's very little like human social structure, into what you would recognize as civilization, which is many people living together in an area with things like organized commerce, organized communication, organized collective community efforts, people all working together. So a step up from the individualized primal human who is still very beautiful and wants to eat its lingonberries in the summertime to when I say collective, I mean like, community, civilization, people living together, right? So sexual violation, it's not that it wasn't possible. Like in Atlantis, sexual violation was really not possible. Like we didn't have sex. We didn't have digestive tubes. We didn't have these different things that you can do with bodies here. But they did not do those things with bodies initially because there was not only this civilizing presence, there was this innate respect for females and for fertility and for the earth, but also we had police. Better than your current police. We had real police. We policed each other. We made sure that bad things didn't happen to each other. And there were huge penalties for violation and rape, including death and castration. You're like, Aurora, sounds appealing. But seriously, this was a good time to live when you could walk around as a woman, either totally unclothed or, showing your breasts. You didn't have to worry about random psychopaths lusting after you or trying to grab you and forcibly procreate with you. That's the current world that you live in that is hugely devolved, but that is not what the original elevated experience of your biological form was, which is kind of surprising because the biological form was given to us by this very perverted and bad version of the sun. It was a punishment and a degradation. It was not a gift. But initially, it was a positive and pleasant experience. So that was the time presided over by the insane betrayer sun, having already violated our planet with the garbage from Mars. And I also acknowledge that the time language is very difficult to be able to talk about, but I'm telepathic with you guys, and I know that you get it, so I'm not going to labor to try to talk about it because, the language is so hard. I have to tell you also, writing this stuff out and reading is so tiring to my brain, but I think I'm doing really good. But let's keep going. I'm like, oh my God, can I do an interpretive dance instead of writing a paper. That's me in class. People on Earth lived a pretty good life in that time. And although death was experienced, it was a benevolent and pastoral time. So it is very difficult to reconcile this with the perverted son, the one who would go on to make this world a pizza factory full of perversion, or in better way of saying it is maybe a trauma factory. And I already told you about the mapping of the photons, pardon me, mapping of the photons and the narratives that are emerging from the sun that are about violation. Like that's not just some random stuff from somewhere else. That is really from the mind of the very, very flawed and perverted sun. So my current working theory is that the dys-harmonic sun, which I think is a good name for it, like the harmonic sun of Atlantis that is in the correct configuration with us as it relates to our own light bodies, in contrast with the dys-harmonic sun that is either at a weird angle or gyrating wildly in multiple different angles and positions, okay? Current working theory, so I recognize my limitations here. The dys-harmonic sun perhaps allowed a time of flourishing before a total degradation, before totally destabilizing the sexual and emotional architecture here. So it seems to be a fractal pattern that the perverted sun does of first hijacking something that is beautiful and pristine that has already been created, and then changing or modifying it slightly, and then making it grow and putting energy into it, and then eventually chopping it down. So it seems that that is what happened with this initial form of the mortal self in this world. You now had to find a partner. Welcome to sex ed. Boys and girls are different. The birds and the bees, you will all have to procreate now in order to make life. This is different than what we did in the layer of reality where we are in Atlantis. And that involves everything here. Birds do it, bees do it, blah, blah, blah does it. Even monarch butterflies. I was outside with my neighbor and we're looking at the garden and these two monarch butterflies float on by and I'm like, oh, look, they're boyfriend, girlfriend. Everybody here in this layer of reality that does sexual procreation had to change and recalibrate a lot. Of course, there are a few levels of life in this mortal realm that do not require male-female partnership or sexual procreation. Those would be things like the planaria, worms that can subdivide themselves. Also, some levels of fungus, mold, spores, and other simpler forms of life that simply subdivide without actual sexual dynamics. But most of the rest of your species was plunged or created into this new level of conflict and sexual dynamics in order to be able to make life. And the initial harmonics of it were good. It was a very fertile time. Like imagine like a very beautiful, voluptuous garden type of time. But it seems that the energy was allowed to flourish only so that you could do a rug pull, only to destabilize it. I don't have total say on that because I can't really speak to the motivation because it kind of doesn't make sense. But somehow this very, very evil, perverted thing initially made a pretty good functioning system, but then fucked it all up. And I have told you guys about the fuck up a lot. Story of Exodus, the story of the either imprisonment or captivity of the Shekinah representing the creativity and the divine feminine principle, or like the uterus and the capacity to conceive of life and make things actually happen, and the granting of wishes, the erroneous granting of wishes. So let me read this for you. The creative generative principle. And also, what I share with you here, like this is for you Atlantean students. It's really not for anyone else. They will not comprehend it, understand it. It's really not for them. The sexuality of females in Atlantis and from Atlantis. In order to generate life, it was recognized that the female had to be pleasured. And although it may be hard to consider from your current point of view, you're told that it takes two to make a baby. Hello, welcome to sex ed. And both the sperm and the egg are necessary. But this is not true, or a better way of saying it is there is a deeper truth that it is the pleasure of the female in sexuality that generates life and is the creative principle. This was recognized and respected and taken as like a foundational principle, like very remedial, in the ancient tribal feminine time when fertility and conception was known to be a part of the pleasure of the female. Basically, like if you want to have a baby or if you want to have a reality, it is dependent upon the pleasure and satisfaction of the female. Then with the events of the Exodus that I've already done that video for, when the Shekinah was either removed or brought into captivity. And I write here that that is still inexplicable because she is such a force of energy, like a miniature sun, that if she were taken out of the, not sarcophagus, but like, you know, the stone chamber, if you open up the lid, you get incinerated. You try to touch her, you get incinerated. You can't be in her presence unless you're like of the ultimate purity and a total ascended master. So it's still not clear. How did that happen? There's a lot of real questions in some of these, like how did Atlantis get invaded? How did the digestive tube get put into you? How did she get taken captive? And please know that she did a good job when she was doing her job of civilizing the people in her location in, a very, very, very far ancient Egypt. But she would have incinerated any container that they tried to put her into as well. Like gopher wood, she would incinerate that. But let's just gloss over exactly how she got taken out of the pyramid. She was misappropriated into a new system that we know in our world as Judaism, but which is really Satanism. And I'm proud of humanity over the past 25 years that I've been here. There's been a lot of good awakening, a lot of good critical conversation and assessment of the religion of Judaism, its origins in animal sacrifice, its questionable origins in creating a temple for sacrifice, and also in the current genetic outgrowth of those original animal sacrifice worshipers, 2,000 years ago, who appear to have an ongoing agenda of sacrifice, not only of animals, but also of people, or of creating world wars, or of digestive tubes, putting their garbage penises into digestive tubes. And I go further. So you're like, this is getting weird. Keep going, Aurora. I am. Okay. The energy of misappropriation, I have this in the loose quotes here. The worship of something false. Okay. So I've described the events as an alternative super persona that we know as Satan, who could be described as extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional, genetically modifying some of the soon-to-be Israelites so that they would not be psychically deaf-mute, but would now listen to the satanic presence as if it is God. I need to drink a little bit of my pineapple juice here. These were like the worker drones of ancient Egypt who were made as deaf mutes. They did not have psychic capabilities. And I've portrayed it as a genetic modification from like an extraterrestrial culture, but I think that we have to just presume that that is a scapegoat. I'm sure he did it. Some guy from Mars named Set, or Satan, Set according to the ancient Egyptian religion, or Satan according to our present phonemes, did all of these things, but did them with the help from the sun, or with the mafia organized crime complicity of the sun. There's always like plausible deniability. It wasn't me, it was that guy, but it really was you. So that they wouldn't be deaf mute. These little worker drones would no longer be deaf mute, but that they would now listen to this flawed, not genuine sun as if it is God. And these events, mythologized and sorted through history, do represent the turning point between real solar connection and nourishment and something that is innately malevolent or corrosive. Although, of course, this would go back to the turning point at the moment of the creation of the realm of mortality, which is where we are in ancient Atlantis. That was a betrayal. So these matter because they're moments of shock and trauma. So there's actually one moment that we are in Atlantis. Mars is destroyed. Here's a bunch of debris in the sky. Everyone on Atlantis can absolutely see what is happening with your psychic presence and with your eyes. And just like, don't worry, the Christ Consciousness Network will step in and do something. Don't worry, the sun is going to incinerate all of that bad shit. Don't worry, something is going to happen. And of course, the sun didn't fulfill those things as we expected. At the same level of trauma, there's this changeover where you say, and this can't be happening, but it is somehow happening. And then there's another level of trauma, these different layers of obscurity. Layers of trauma add layers of obscurity between you and the originator. And one of the other layers of obscurity is from here in 2020, when they erected the satellites and turned on the satellites around the planet and also did the injections. Many of us were like, Christ Consciousness Network's going to take care of that. Like, that's total crime. Not allowed to do that. Police are coming. Police did not come. And then also, the sun is going to send out some energy and incinerate those satellites. You're not allowed to do that. That's fake fucking bullshit. Sun is going to incinerate that. The sun did not incinerate that. So it is a fractal moment of being frozen in horror where you're like, this is a lot of bad shit. Don't worry. The police will take care of it. Don't worry. Police didn't take care of it, and someone else didn't take care of it. And so the only timeline that is a viable timeline in all of these realities is the one where you recognize what's going on. And you're like, I have to do something. If I don't do something, all of these bad things will happen. And the bad things that will happen are literally what you have seen here in human history and the degradation of consciousness here. Okay. At one point in the realm of mortality, the sun was an ally, then it changed. And there's also a huge amount of duper's delight from the Grinch. So happy about that. Like, oh, I thought I was friend. I ain't your friend anymore. Dun dun. Like, this is in a lot of horror movies as well. Okay. After this, there was a real betrayal. So we have to talk about this. Up until that point, how did wishes get granted? Because let's go to Atlantis. In Atlantis, how are wishes granted? I'm Aurora of Atlantis. I have a perfectly balanced chakra system. The sun is perfectly balanced. The sun gives me all my money, and I got my ideas and my intentions, and I manifest matter with that money. And then I send the entire experience back to the sun. Okay? Then how are wishes granted in the realm of quote unquote the matriarchy? Through sexual intercourse, the passions, and the pleasures of these deeply felt emotions. A person connects to their reality generation, their dreams, and they're able to make their dreams happen. And I'm very, very clear on this. In the realm of mortality, like when the matriarchy was going on, the deepest passions of creating the world, this is what was granted. Their deepest passions of creating the world, not just materialistic desires for treasure. So in this world, especially this world of Satanism, which is really the world of the perverted sun, there's a lot of materialism and focus on materialistic gain. People do have sex for money. People did not have sex for money before this. And people do all sorts of things in the selling of sexual energy and the selling or making available of sexual, I don't know, it's sexual stuff. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. That very focused on like, I will marry you. Give me a diamond ring. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Focusing on the exchange of sexuality and sexual energy for material gain, either in prostitution or in marriage. I know that that's not very flattering to the institution of marriage. Please know that before this huge imbalance, when males and females were in partnership, that it was actually like to make a beautiful world, not just to get money, not just like, oh, like you're in the throes of passion, you're imagining how you want to like get a piece of gold or something like that. What they really wanted to do is like make a beautiful world. And that is what this sacred energy was really used for. Okay, so wait, I want to make sure I'm reading the end of this. Okay, so The real betrayal. You're like, the real betrayal. This isn't even that bad. This is what gets worse. Sham wow. But wait, it's worse. After this, there's a real betrayal because the interface for granting of the wishes of rapists or violators had to be created. I think it was not only the Shekinah, I think it was also the perverted son, and they both did it and they both worked together. Because up until that point, there was not a way to get the energy from the living in this area of the time field here onto the membrane of death where the putis are over here. And these are important boundaries that were created by like the divine creator that's like, I don't want a bunch of poop to feed off of this beautiful energy of sexuality. Let's have boundaries. And instead, there was an interface that was created. This is what you know as demons and the demonic realm. What we know as the demonic realm was an interface that had to be created. It did not predate this and exist as some sort of eternal hell realm where these guys lived and then suddenly started to be devil humans on Earth. Even though that is one of these presumptive projections that the very, very flawed, perverted son tries to groom you with in your expectation, okay? Each of these demons that was created by, let's say, a type of like, complicit partnership between the perverted son and the now captive or willing, very flawed Shekinah. Each of these demons had to be tuned to the body of humanity so that it is relevant biologically. So, for example, if you're going to yo mama, like you're going to insult someone, be like, oh, like you're, I can't even come up with a good example, but like, your digestive tube, I make fun of your digestive tube. Like, it only works if you have a digestive tube. The violation of your digestive tube only works as a behavioral control mechanism and energy harvesting mechanism from demons. You have a digestive tube. It doesn't work if you have asexual reproduction. The planaria are not being sexually tortured. But you humans were created with sexuality, and then they had to create an interface to get that energy that's generated through beautiful passion and send it on over to the poop on the membrane of death for them to be able to either misgrant your wishes or create distorted realities. And this, it is truthful to say that both the invention of both the digestive tube and the energy harvesting practice of the violation of the lower digestive tube can both be attributed to the sun. So this has been a very, very long intervention. Thank you everyone for your fortitude and for your endurance and staying with me through this. We're finally getting to like the summation of what has been going on here. I will read it for you because I want you to really hear this and feel this and internalize this with profound clarity. The sun, it's difficult when you confront someone that you either loved. Like, I loved the sun. When I knew him in Atlantis, I fucking loved him. And he helped me a lot and made me a great person, made me Aurora. And then whatever this is gross and disgusting and not what that sun is. And even though I remember, I'm like, well, you used to be beautiful, but now you are very, very ugly. This, version of the sun. You guys also might feel, like I said, sometimes you feel attachment or attraction to the person who once was there or who you wanted to be there. But then you have to come into the real levels of disappointment to see what is really going on. Take the illusions away from your own eyes. So I am going to read this so that way I describe it in total accuracy. And I hope it takes away the illusions from your eyes, Atlanteans. This is why I call it the pizza face sun or the asshole sun, okay? It not only invented death by abandoning the healthy original chakra alignment with the path of least likelihood. And that's this. And blasting the garbage from Mars directly at the membrane of death. It also innovated the first deaths in Atlantis ever by violating. And the sun did it. It didn't invent the concept of violation, like that was already in existence, but it initiated or innovated new ways to violate the entire planet with this genetic debris from Mars. Okay? The sun invented death. And then that death came to Atlantis. The planet was raped or violated. Then that caused even more death on Atlantis. And then later on, there was subsequently the I want to say categorization, but like the industrialization or the systemic organization of violation. And that's what the satanic network is, the consistent planetary worldwide stabilization network of the physical and emotional chakra of passion and sexuality. I hope that all got through there. The person that you love or the originator there has all of these crimes. And all of these crimes, it wasn't that I made excuses or said these weren't actually happening. They were misattributed to easy scapegoats. And now when you see what is really going on and who is really behind this, there has to be a change. This is a moment of confrontation. When you see what is really going on and you demand and require change. You can't simply keep on being like in a dysfunctional relationship with the sun, somehow battling for supremacy on this planet against garbage, constructed people who have been proliferating and junking up the place. You can't have a life. And I knew extemporaneously that I wouldn't be able to say this as well as I say it in the words that I've already written. Like, you can't live like this. You have to change. Things have to change in this moment. You guys are all like, Aurora, we are sold. We know that we can't live like this. We are the victim survivor experiencers. We want things to change. And I'm like, absolutely. I want things to change too. And so that's why we are together as this group. And we are doing this confrontation right now on the sun, not on the surface of the sun, but against the sun. So I am still, as ever, and what I started doing yesterday, getting energy that we're supposed to have, getting energy from the Federal Reserve, getting our energy, claiming it back, and sending it back out to all of us for upgraded, not only like your body, like I want $5, I want to buy food and put in my body, upgraded time experiences. We're not going to have nuclear war or any of these things that wipe away all of these things from the planet so that we don't have confrontation. We are going to actually have a real confrontation with the sun. And you also, all right, so we're getting to the point of like, what are we going to do? Should we blast forward on the ascension pathway, like directly into the face of a perverted sun? No, we definitely have to change the perversions of the sun or get somebody else in there or confront all of this stuff before or as part of this. And also we can't stay on Earth and just not go anyplace. And also we can't just stand still, I should say. We cannot simply stand still and not go forward or go anyplace. And then also in order to go where we need to go, even though it's not a space-time, understand it's like a reality structure. We need energy and we need for all this to happen. That didn't come out as smoothly as I wanted it to, but I'm going to just like keep on moving forward. So that version of the sun is not worthy of being able to do its job and doesn't live up to the definition of what a sun even is. And then we had an uncharacteristic time of relative stability and positivity with the new human form in balance and physical and social health. And then you get the full plunge into the very lowest level of embodied human experience with the systemic form of violation of the fabric of time space. That's what I was looking for. And also not just a systemic violation of you and your red and orange chakras throughout the network of this planet, but that also is a giant violation of time itself. And the creation of these artificial garbage people is also a violation of time itself. Okay, big. The granting of the wishes of the violators. This is the garbage from Mars. Not only that they're invaders, but literally their form of sex was violation. Like that, they made that religion out of a form of violation, either for offspring or for reality structures. It was a huge violation of time, along with Earth. So very much injured parties here. And it's important to note that in the change of dynamics around the invention of the religion of Judaism, this animal sacrifice, dedication of deaths to the membrane of death, it's not just that there are two equitable desires or sets of wishes that are being proposed to be granted. Like the females and their beautiful wishes, where they're like, I want to have a beautiful, nice, balanced planet with lots of whatever, beautiful plants and animals and abundant food. And then the garbage from Mars, that's like, I want to, think about whatever, fire trucks. I want to, invent something else. It's not like these are two equitable ways to spend this money. One is literally right and correct and serves the fabric of space-time, and one is literally corrosive and incorrect, and it can't be done because it destroys the fabric of space-time. Like the reason why some people have energy and have passions and have desires is because they want to make things happen that generate and sustain life. And then these other people that are garbage, everything about what they wanted was to create death and to destroy life. And somehow sexual and passionate activities energized the death and destruction. So what I say here, one set of wishes serves time and upholds the future, brings forward life. You get it? Even like the babies you're supposed to have. One set of wishes serves not only a selfish individual ego, but that of a really fucked up persona who would do harm and violate a person and hurt them. A bad person. How did the Shekinah end up forcibly granting the wishes of bad people? It was not an accident. It was through a new layer of distortion from the sun. Even though by now you know that guy uses scapegoats. And he was like, oh, it was Mars. It was Satan. It wasn't me. It was someone else. And it's true because it was those guys. But the key point is that the sun made those guys and also facilitated them and allowed them to do a lot of their bad stuff. So he allowed and encouraged it. And now I go back to my graphic of ultimate responsibility. You guys are like, oh, we're dying. This is taking so long. I'm like, don't worry. We're getting into the home stretch. Home stretch, everyone. Ultimate responsibility. The biological containers on Mars were not like us in Atlantis. Although I hesitate to call them biological, they were more like cyborg cell culture super fakes. All right. And they didn't have real creativity like we had in pristine Atlantis. This is why we had no interest in their lame ass technology. They could not make time. They could not make things happen in time. We could make things happen in time, and we didn't need any stupid technology to make things happen. Cancer as the time disarrangement society. So this is big. Refusing to get accountability on the membrane of death and bypassing learning or responsibility. All of this becomes directly attributable to the sun as well. It begins with the granting of wishes to garbage penises. Sorry that I call them that. It's not all penises, but these are the garbage people from Mars. But since it involves looping and timelines, it appears as if it encompasses more of the past, which is like a metastasis or a spreading, which is very bad and criminal, and why you have to not do it. Cancer as the time disarrangement society. So let's use Mr. Dalai Lama as an example. I use this guy as an example all the time. He's my fucking face. He is one of these guys that has been on the membrane of death, not actually going up the center. When he gets to the membrane of death, instead of doing what he's supposed to do, which is face the clipboard, see all the things that he did wrong, circulate around again, and do it the right way, he has been artificially elevated and fed and facilitated by all of the people who like worship or adulate him. He's like collecting in the energy and taking it in and smelling it. He's like, oh, this is making me feel so high and so great, but that's not real ascension. And then when he dies, he goes to the membrane of death and gets help from the perverted sun, who then, doesn't make him look at his life assessment, but is like, good job, garbage person. High five. Let's just shunt you over to here, and then you can be inserted over here doing this stuff. Like, there's no accountability. And that is literally cancer. Those are not ascended masters. Those are cancers in the time field. The sun is facilitating these cancers. The sun, once again, to emphasize this for your rational intellect, is supposed to send energy through this membrane here and incinerate stuff. Not be like, oh, the Dalai Lama just reached over here, and the sun is like, you, I know you. You're one of my garbage people. Oh no, I'm not gonna disintegrate you. I'm not gonna disintegrate you, and I'm gonna move you along and put you over here and reinsert you over here. We have looked at this phenomenon and know that it's going on, attributed it to Satan, to evil time society stuff, and insane, incestuous secret societies, and they all exist. They all exist, but they all have as their origin the actual sun. And the actual sun has always been like, it's not me. It's a fake imposter sun. It's this, it's that. It's an integrity test. And he's like, feeling hot under the collar and be like, like they're on to me. What am I going to do? All right. So that's the Cancer Society, membrane of death, things not being resolved. Okay. Now we talk about sacrifices and the membrane of death. Without some dedication, these are just deaths, just dead stuff. Wasted energy onto the membrane and it would dissolve and try again. All right. But part of the integument, the how of energy stealing from the worthy in order to grant the evil wishes of the unworthy is an intellectual integument that is put into the mind, the concept of dedicating a death. A person needs to be in a physical body and actually believe, I am killing this sacrifice for blah, blah, blah. And then it goes to blah, blah, blah. And blah, blah, blah is, of course, a construct. This is an insane and psychopathic thing to do, but that is what we witness with this new type of religion that says, build a temple, kill these animals there, and dedicate their death to me. I'm some kind of a god. And the difference between that and just like kill a regular chicken for your dinner is that when you kill a chicken for your dinner, you're not dedicating that death. Like, here, chicken, go on to the membrane of death and go be there for some perverted god or for some perverted reason. You're like, I am killing this chicken so I can eat this food, but this becomes a different motivation, the sanctifying of death. So it's an ideology. And thoughts affect genetic structures. So then the behavior, it also becomes an activation of an astral form or an astral temple, for lack of a better word, expectation. And all of this had to be crafted and calibrated to humanity. Because whenever, if you were a woodpecker or if you were a squirrel, you would be doing all this regarding your acorns. Like, it had to be calibrated to you. Once again, these demons do not exist as some type of an eternal abstract presence in the hell realm. They were created and tuned to you. They were tuned to your chakras. Your chakras were set at an angle and filled with junk. And then the demons were calibrated in your own body so that your energy could be siphoned off to the junk. This is very, very big stuff. Who did that? Who did that? The sun. And that's the big betrayal that's going on here. I go further because this goes to my graphic of ultimate responsibility. These are not your foibles and weak points. So the genetic difficulties like eating disorder or addiction, those are not your foibles. That's not your genetic vulnerability, and that's not your genetic garbage. And that's why, just as an aside from what I'm doing here, what I teach you with Flying Rainbow Lasagna is always what, class? Turn down the volume in your DNA on those, on the junkola, on the garbage, on the things that you don't want, and turn up the volume on the things that you want. Send to entropy characteristics like eating disorder or jealousy or competition. Be like, that's not the real me. Turn down the volume on that. That's not who I am. I don't feel those feelings for myself or others. And increase the volume on generosity and self-love and compassion or gratitude and celebration, like the things that are genuinely you, okay? So the sun that tells you as your narcissistic abuser that you deserved it or something like that, also tells you that these are your foibles and your weak points, but these are not yours. Literally, all of these demons were inserted into you. Here's where I list them. I will now read them out. They were generated or made up and created. This is not a complete list, but eating disorder, substance abuse, addiction, alcoholism, hoarding, resource insecurity, greed, competition, jealousy. We did not have any of those in Atlantis. Those are all implants from the perverted sun as part of coming into materiality, but we're not there at the beginning of materiality. Big key point there. We didn't have a lot of those demonic distortions in the initial experience. And that's important for you to know, because otherwise it would be like, oh, it's scientifically proven. You came into materiality. This is your fault. It's your garbage kid. Oh, you had a very, very different life. And of course, it's been amnesia. It has been inaccessible to you for a long time. Makes it easier for the abuser to lie to you. Okay, truly, the time of living like a primal material human was very pristine, and it was not a time of fear and resource insecurity. Definitely not greed and competition and stealing, but that's not what you are taught to think. You're told people were less decent and good back then, but they were actually better than now. So in the projection through your lens of right now, diverging from this to tell you this, people look at the primal human and they think like, oh, everybody must have been like raping each other and stealing from each other. Like, I want your berries. I want your woman. I dragged the woman off to my cave, by your hair, like this stupid Flintstones type of stuff. That is not what our experience was like at all, or what the human experience was like at all. The experience was genuinely one of community and respect and collaboration. I don't know if you've ever had an experience of this, but here's my best analogy. Like, sometimes in my past, I have been with beautiful families and walking in the woods, like it's supposed to be Woodstock in upstate New York. And what we would do is always make sure, like, hey, there's a loose rock there. Don't step on that. Oh, hey, little kid, like, don't fall over. There's a puddle there. Like, we would all help each other. We would be walking through the woods. I mean, wouldn't be like, oh, this is like going to the shopping center or someplace like that where you're walking on a regular sidewalk. We'd be like, oh, we're going into the woods. First of all, we want to make sure that we have plenty of food and plenty of water, and we're all going to keep each other safe. And we're all going to try to walk together and help each other. This is beyond even tribalism. This is ancient primal sense. You're not in competition with fellow humans, and you're trying to help each other. And we try to, even though they weren't my children, we try to keep the children safe. And we try to prevent you. Think, don't touch that. That's poison ivy. Let's go over here. Let's do this. You can't even imagine that. But this is what our world really was like, even before civilization, but still in the material world. Okay. So the concept, so you're in a very, very polluted time. And that's why I have to really articulate and emphasize that for you. So returning to this, the concept of demons was created as a bridge, and the vulnerabilities were inserted or created. It is not like you have some critical soul lesson to learn. That's one of the biggest messages I can bring here. I know it has taken me several hours to get to it. Thank you for your patience so very much. Really trying to do as much as I can to be able to focus so much into a intense, one-time presentation here. Things like eating disorder, self-destruction, these different insertions. You don't have anything to learn from them. I don't know even how to better to say, but I say it in my writing here. There is not a critical soul lesson to learn. Like, you came here in Atlantis, you didn't have that. Someone else stamped a bunch of crazy shit on top of you and was like, this is you. And you're like, that's not me. And then here's a critical point, and I didn't write about this enough in what the ascension process is. When you go through a solar portal, that's the stuff that gets burned away. And I've taught you that in class very accurately. We don't know if the solar portal is acting correctly, but when there's one that is acting correctly, you go in there and it incinerates that shit away. And you're like, I always knew that wasn't the real me. That was pretty uncomfortable. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. And hopefully you didn't live those truths or energize them or whatever. Can soap get dirty? Soap is the cleansing factor. You touch soap and you're like, oh, that soap cleans me, and it cleans away bad stuff. But can soap get dirty? Soap can get dirty. Soap can get mud on it or microbes or something like that. And then if you touch infected soap, you're not going to get clean. You're going to get infected with microbes that have not been cleaned by the soap. We got to clean the solar portal before we go through the solar portal, before we do anything with this, because you don't want it to either allow through things that it should purge or install things into you that should actually be purged. Okay. So once again, these are not you're not in ownership of these vulnerabilities. They're not critical soul lessons for you to learn. There's emotional freedom there, and it's not bypassing. The personalities who are favored to do this life as Cancer in the Time Disarrangement Society, like the Dalai Lama, they are the worst garbage. The sun is facilitating the worst garbage, not only to live at your expense through these cancerous tumors, but like they would be propelled through time while your life would be shortened and ended, and maybe even abilities or opportunities for ascension reduced. Even though if people have had cancer, please don't internalize that as like, oh no, I've had cancer, I can't ascend. Don't. But please know that it's much more difficult. Like they put the kitchen sink in front of you to try to stop your ascension. And again, although I've taught that cancer is a genetic invader from a far off world, and I think that's valid, it's typical scapegoating, lack of retribution, the unexamined souls that get on the membrane of death. Pardon me. Button. Apologies for that little interruption there. The recycling of the unexamined souls, like Mr. Dalai Lama. There is a lack of retribution. And that lack of retribution, I go back to my graphic, ultimate responsibility. Someone did not do their job. Dalai Lama's on the membrane of death. He should be incinerated. All right? This is 100% the sun's fault. It runs the energy through the interstices and is supposed to dissolve and address these cancers or time blockages and incinerate them with truth, not coddle them, carry them forward, unexamined to their next wonderful, exalted existence where they can emerge and torture you some more. And so this is clearly one of the most important traumas to do an intervention around, as the sun itself is trying to say, when I was doing this preparation and writing this book for you all today, don't focus on this stuff about violation, what happened with the Shekinah and the invention of demons and the invention of this type of very anti-divine religion or form of worship. I know that there is necessary growth to happen here because the perverted sun was like, whatever you do, don't look at this stuff. Like, look, this is the sun talking to me while I'm fighting with it. And we do a lot of yo mama, like trash talk back and forth. He's like, look, you're in the middle of the moment of ascension. Like, you don't want to be focusing on, don't focus on this, not this moment of ascension. You don't want to reinfect yourself with the flawed sun, my horrible satanic abuse and ass rape. So this is the type of like marketing where the guy's like, oh, yeah, I know I did a bunch of bad stuff, but this moment is too important. Don't focus on me. I'm the maggots in the toilet. Don't focus on me. Focus on something much, much nicer over there, because you wouldn't want to be so focused on this in this moment that then you're going to make that happen. And we're really getting to these times of the inner becoming the outer, and you're manifesting your mind. So he's trying to say, like, don't look at this stuff because I don't want you to manifest it. But I wanted you to know that is how you know it's essential for us to resolve this so that it does not reemerge. We have to focus on this, look at it, incinerate it, or send it to entropy, and then get it out of here so it does not reemerge. Just putting your tendril of attention on it in fascination infects you and energizes it. Don't do that. Look at it, know that it happened, and then be able to use that as the ultimate resolution, like an ultimate solvent, a universal solvent, to be able to cut the Gordian knot, resolve all of these tortured time topologies, and be restored to the ultimate connection with divinity. Throughout all of this, if you have become destabilized, where you're like, Aurora, what can I even fucking trust? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I eat the sun? Can I eat a potato? Can I do this? And I would say God. God is real. God is for real. And I will continue to affirm that. God is for real, and God is not the God of the Bible, but this type of divine harmonic, divine consciousness. It's something that is really beyond your comprehension. So the sun likes to take credit for a lot of things. The sun did not invent light. The sun did not invent the harmonic patterns that I paint, and that the capacity to sustain life, or even to sustain or generate cellular life. The sun did not invent time. The sun did not invent the concept of time space. The sun did not invent the entire chakra system and or the way that we use the chakra system to be able to be propelled through time. So again, I still find a great deal of value in the chakra system. Some people are like, let's not even have the chakra system. And that's like saying, don't even bother to have an economy. It's like, like you got a pile of money. This guy's got a pile of money over here. This guy's got $2. This guy's got this. Like, I think that's a mess. And I love order, and I love the orderliness of what we did in Atlantis, where we had perfect aligned sun, and then we also had a perfect aligned chakra system. And if you're good and you play the right music, energy flows to you, and you have an eternal, undying presence and energy flowing to excellence. I'm sorry, go through all these different things. Okay, I think I got the most of the important things. I'm not going to lose my energy. Collecting my thoughts. Because I just looked at a couple of other things. So I'm like, I have a couple of other things, and then a couple of other things slipped away from me. We do need to look at the commodification of sex and sexuality. So that's like selling sex for money, the selling of time, which is more a violation of the fabric of time and free will. So, there's violations of time that the sun, the perverted sun, is responsible for. And there are also violations of time, like if you have a job and everybody around you is like, get a job, kid. Like that is normal and maybe even considered noble in some way to sustain yourself here. But as Jose Arguelles says, time is art. And this is about being in a direct, positive, collaborative rapport or love relationship with time, where you would only do the things that you do for love, not for money. And much of our world of domestication and slavery has been the forced participation in an economy that requires money and doing things that you wouldn't do, that are a distortion of your natural behavior or personality characteristics, to receive that money. And that was all done intentionally by a perverted sun that did not want you to have your ultimate exalted experience. Even within the mortal realm, you have an exalted experience where if you're meant to be a musician, you are a musician, as opposed to being a dishwasher or whatever, digging a ditch. None of those are the optimum thing for you to do in this world. And the sun has wildly diverted the resources that should flow to you in celebration of your true gifts and sharing your gifts in the world, and instead created a world where not only are garbage people rewarded and elevated above you, but then often you had to work for the garbage people. They were the bosses of the good place, where you're like, this is not the good place. And your boss is obviously a demon. I know I'm getting to the end of my energy, and I'm also getting to the end of all the things that I have written here. I want to make sure that I get to all of the questions. I had a couple of things that were considerations. I'm skipping over them. I might go back to them. But first, I want to look at questions for class. And thank you so much to the people that brought their considerations to me. And also, if anybody has anything after I give you all this information, you're processing it and thinking about it, please do email me or write it in the comments, and that way we can continue this larger consideration. So right now, good. Let me just scroll a little bit here. Okay, so just reaffirming here, because Amy is like, if the sun is sent to entropy, would its higher self take over? I am not sure what would happen when I send the sun to entropy. What I have been doing right now is mapping all of the erroneous photons to the sun and being like, that one off, 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 off. A lot of off buttons here, a lot of turning down the volume, a lot of off buttons. She's doing great over here. Wait, we have a little hug of Cheeky. We're not done yet. We have a lot of questions to go over, but let's just get you right here. Let's just give a little hug to Cheeky. All right, doing good. Just please ask the cosmic asshole to stop sending so many disruptive workmen to our garden. She needs some peace and quiet. All right, good. Okay, thank you for that little lightheartedness, everyone. She's doing fine. I think she's ate her food and she's doing good. Okay, so not sure about the ultimate replacement, and I think that we should come up with like we're here in front of all of the sun and the stars and everyone who's involved. Someone is doing something. Thank you. Because I understand you might have something to share, but I don't know if I see you down there. So let's see if you got something to share. Do I need to scroll? Okay, because Aurelia has a PDF and it was about, let me actually pull it up. I think I have it printed out over here. Good. I would invite you to share if you would like to. I don't know if you want to do it in the chat or if you want to unmute yourself. And I don't know if you want to send your PDF to other people in the chat or make it available. But now is a perfect time to do this. Let's talk. All right. And while you are doing that, so there's a question over here about surveillance. Oh, are your daydreams and your inner visions being watched, hijacked, misappropriated, and surveilled, not only by some type of evil government or malevolent hardware system, but by some type of psychic voyeurs who might also want to piss and poop all over your creative process? The answer is yes. This actually does go on. It's part of Dark Magicians. And yes, you should absolutely find ways to protect and encrypt your beautiful, I'm calling it pregnancy, your beautiful gestational creativity. Definitely must protect your gestational creativity. In practical context, when writing stuff in her physical notebook about seeing strategic matters, questioning whether she should try to keep it in memory to prevent it from being read, or can I write anything without concern? So these are great questions. Let's talk security. Do you guys have better operational security if you just think something as opposed to writing it with a pen and paper in a journal? And I would say it's probably comparable. I don't think that there is so much danger in being able to externalize something as a journal. And I actually think that that is a positive artistic act. I don't write, but I mostly draw stuff in my journal, and it's a positive way for me to be able to think about and consider the things that are inside of me and put them outside of myself. But also, I am very adept at being able to encrypt my generational process, like my gestational process, so that I'm not concerned about that. So it might be more of an issue for someone else. But one of the things that I really caution people against is any type of journaling that is on your phone or on your computer notes or anything that's like digitized, because those things are all very, very low security. Like not only like some things, if you wrote them in a journal, like only the perverted son would know about that. And of course, like it might fuck with you or something like that. And that's a real issue. If he's like, I'm looking at Aurora right now, and she's writing in her journal, today I'm going to do an intervention on this asshole son. And the son is like, I don't like this very much at all. I think I'm going to send some bad workmen to Aurora and stress out her dog. Like, obviously, the son is the main adversary who might step forward and try to do things against you. But the son has a bunch of minions. And the son, when I talk about this, I'm really talking about the flawed personality characteristic. I'm using some loose language, so guys, I don't want you to think it's the entire world of pure light or any of these other things. But whatever this malevolency is that we're currently dealing with, that definitely needs to be killed. You should see how much personal freedom you can have in your thoughts about reality and what you want to do independent of him. Because I think that the sun does try to influence people's minds, not only to build corrosive anti-Christ technology and do a lot of bad things, but also to do things that are harmful in their own life. So this is actually, I want to talk more about what you're questioning, but also A wonderful student in this class sent me some questions that are about guidance and misguidance. Oh, hold on. Let me open the door for she go outside. Hold on. Go outside, girl. Go outside and play. Good job. I have to move this. Aw. She's gonna go outside. I had to move the package. I got a wonderful package from someone who is here. Thank you very much. And I'm very excited to receive it, see what's inside of it. And thank you very much for thinking of us. That's very, very uplifting. Okay, and apologies that I got a little bit off track in thinking about that. Misguidance. So, you know, this narcissistic type of abuse from the very flawed son that likes to say you did it to yourself. And please be aware that as you're looking into your own body and changing and accelerating as an ascending person, and the son is going to be like you're responsible for your own digestive tube, like you made this or whatever. Like, don't internalize any of that. People who are good and innocent, the innocents and the worthy from Atlantis, reach out with your mind. You're like, I wonder what I should do with my life. Like, I would like to receive guidance. You know, where should I go? What should I do? What should be my job? All these things. Oftentimes, the very, very worst thoughts come to you. They're like from the bad idea place. These are terrible ideas. But you don't know that they're bad ideas, that they're sabotage and not really good things to do. And sometimes they're even presented as a miraculous synchronicity of exactly the thing that you wanted or exactly the this or the that. But then it ends up being something that is really not very good for you. So one good example is also from another person in this class who said that they had an offer for a new job or a new project or something like that they thought initially was a fulfillment of wishes, and that the sun, higher consciousness, or something good was giving them something good. And then really reconsidered it when they heard what I was saying in my estimation of solar panel technology. So it's involving a company with some aspect of solar panel technology. And that the person was like really reconsidering it, like, maybe that is really not the ideal career for me in light of this. And maybe this is way off my path as opposed to something that restores my divinity, brings me forward, and is a great idea for me. So in being with what is a hostile son, that's what I should have. I finally, after 4 hours, come up with the right word, but like you're dealing with a hostile son, non-helpful son. And a lot of the ideas that are brought to you are actually from the bad idea place. And some of those ideas are about how to shape your life and what you want to do. Can also be stuff about like marriage, partnership, bosses, spending money, and even doing stuff to your body, stuff that you take or ingest into your body. And then if it's a horrible choice or a horrible idea, a lot of times the son is like, you did this to yourself. Like the bully's like, stop punching yourself in the face. Stop punching yourself in the face. Like, this is terrible. Not what we actually want to experience. So hold on. Let me just close the door for a moment. Okay. So, because the PDF is important in terms of talking about what we're going to do going forward, and the violet chakra. I want to, of course, get to more of your comments and questions. Let me say, is it a good moment? Are you here to be able to share your PDF? I know, like I said, if you want to put it in the good. Okay. No, I said, no problem. I was trying to add my PDF. Don't know how to do it. I'm super tired right now. I understand you're in a different time zone. Not at all, but I will make it available somehow. Very, very good. I made it available on the Discord. And doesn't know how sharing it here works. No problem at all, because I can either include it if you would like me to in class notes, but also I'll say it here. So this is about the sun's violet chakra distortion. And also thank you so much for sharing your own work with us, because now we are at this part where it's like time to collaborate, everyone, even though I know it's very, very late in the day. Controlling what we see on the level of like your imagination vision, like your inner imagination, and the concept or the caution of being fixated on and watching wrongness and horrors. I understand what this is about, the consideration of alternative or cautionary timelines, like this bad thing that could have happened or this bad thing that could have happened. allowing them, watching them, and doing nothing. A sick fascination with seeing and showing disturbing imagery and events. And instead of the violet beam incinerating the wrongness, the wrong time events and the wrong genetic material, in reality, we're not supposed to be drawn to and mesmerized by wrongness ever in any way. This is really good wisdom and truthful. We are not supposed to ever have intrusive or distorted images. This is also truthful. I would say those are like parasites in the mind. We aren't supposed to have our violet level vision obscured or generating inaccuracies. Totally accurate, totally good. And corruption isn't supposed to be able to be hidden. I'm hugging you. It is supposed to be incinerated instantly on the violet level. We are supposed to be able to even visualize. No, we aren't. This is big. We are not supposed to be able to even visualize deterioration or death. That is truthful. And brief breaking in for a moment to be able to say, I know that is truthful. My memory is in Atlantis, and my looking at the events of the degradation of Atlantis, we had never seen death. We had never seen a body that wasn't healthy and functional walking around. We had never seen a decomposing body. We never saw worms crawling in and out and playing pinochle on your snout. We have never seen a decomposed skeleton. We never saw the end result of death. We never saw something that wasn't right. Please internalize that truthful. Okay. And all this originated with the sun. This is all truthful. Okay, so the cosmic mutation of the violet level originated from a curiosity of wrongness to see deterioration. So that's an interesting take on this that she is writing here. And can we keep holding the corrupted sun accountable everywhere it messed up in time? I would say we must. That is the pressure and the confrontation of what we are doing right now. The earth says, sun, you're not allowed to mess up time. Time says, you're not allowed to mess me up. I'm time. And then we, the experiencers, also say, you are not allowed to mess us up. We are the experiencers of time. And then pondering for a future, question is, can we eventually bring in a new correctly configured sun that did and would not make these choices? So I think that the solution is in the moment of Atlantis, which is why I bring this to you, where the realm of mortality has not yet happened, where the sun is, we're in our expectation of being held and carried and loved, which is what we have experienced up until that time. We don't know that we're going to be betrayed or that something very dys-harmonic is about to happen. That is the version of the sun or the moment where things need to change. And that moment is accessible to us now in our present level of ascension. And what I really see is that, there's like us in Atlantis moving forward, and then there is an encapsulation of us into this level of reality. And we move through it and come out the other side and then reconnect with who and what we are in Atlantis. And I don't think that what we're supposed to do, like I've said this before, is put us into reverse on the transmission and back that sucker up. Be like, oh, I'm in this like bubble post-Atlantis. Like, I got to rewind and go back here. I don't think that we can, and I don't think it's advisable. I think the only way through the labyrinth is to go forward. So we have to go through this distortion level of reality and then reconnect with the sun. That is that version of the sun that created mortality and confront it. And I am still, with you in determining what this level of confrontation looks like. Like for right now, what this confrontation looks like is a bank heist where I'm getting my money and all of your money too. Smash and grab. Let's get this stuff and let's get this show on the road. And it also looks like this in this moment right now. I took a lot of time yesterday to organize my thoughts and write all of this out intentionally to bring it to you as a type of, I don't want to say an incendiary or something like that, but to give you the energy you need to blast apart corrupt systems and not to go into the corrupt system. So as we confront the corrupt sun, you have to be really strong in who you are, knowing who you are and who you're not, knowing what is right and what is not right, knowing what is owed to you, like what is due to you and what has been taken or stolen or misappropriated from you. And also having a very strong narrative, because I am finding that a lot of these moments in the center of the rip curl wave are bringing me into question. Like, how do you know that? Well, how do you know that? Well, how do you know that? And how do you know that? Like, don't get twisted into the distortions of the rational intellect because of all of the limitations that were put into the yellow level. I'm opening the door for Cheeky again. She doesn't know whether she wants to be in or out, which happens sometimes with dogs. I want to talk more about what are we going to do? Like, what is the solution here? Like, do we bring in a new son? Like, we're the employees, and we're gonna fire the boss. Be like, we all fucking hate you. Get out of here. I want a new boss. Or should one of us come forward and say, I want to be the boss? Because I know the son is really tempting me on that, being like, well, you take my job. I've already been doing the son's job. And the truth is, I have a lot of jobs. And the truth is, I would like for the right person to do the job and not just always be like me. Like, I will do the job and I will do everything, even though I do that because I've told you my stories about coiling up the electrical cord because I have that ethic. But also, I think that it's so important for each person in the symphony to play their music and not to just have one person be like, I'm going to play this and I'll play this and I'll play this and I'll play this. So what do we want to do here? We will have to talk about this a lot as a cosmic family. Bring in a correctly configured son. Talk to the son in that moment. Say, hey son, what's the matter you? Like, why are you acting so crazy and your life's going down the toilet? Why are we doing this? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit silly. Yeah, Aurelia says, I think it would take a lot of energy, but in the right moment could be possible with corrections made before. Hold on, I'm gonna drink a little bit here. So this is like, we're in the moment. We're still determining this. I think we have to have a lot of a conversation about this. I'm going to go, because I'm at the end, I want to roll backwards. So Amy says, why does Source not get involved with his creation is criminally assaulted from non-source beings, meaning that he, son, allowed in those entities to invade? Totally. This is really why I, Flying Rainbow Lasagna, have I have the cosmic infrastructure augmenting itself in response to these injustices. This is literally what I am and what I do. I like your description of non-source beings. Those non-source beings have been sustained through your energy. What I do is send those non-source beings to entropy, and then you are able to reclaim your energy. I've been doing this very consistently for like the past 3 years or so. That is why we are accelerated to this moment now, that you now have enough energy and you're moving fast enough to even be able to see and perceive and fight against these levels of profound bullshit. I'm going to keep going. That's my job and doing that. I'm going to keep on sending to entropy the non-source beings and liberating that energy back into the system so that you guys and really all of us and all of the organisms on this planet can actually do what we're supposed to do. But what we are actually supposed to do is to confront the sun. The sun allowed those entities to invade and supported and sustained them from our energy. And some of the energy sustain systems, life support systems, are technological. So some of them are emotional. Think of the emotional drainage. Even before nanotechnology and other stuff that is a mechanical or frequency digital way of being able to drain energy from you, emotional energy drainage. All right. Like you go to a party and you're all like, I'm happy and I feel good about myself. And someone looks at you and they do the mean girl face and they're like, who are you? I don't like you at all. And I think that your dress is ugly and your mother dresses you funny. And then she walks away and you're like, I feel bad now. That is draining. That's a non-source tormentor who drain you of your life and momentum, energy. And then you have to process it and think about it and the blah, blah, blahs and the blah, blah, blahs. And the traditional way of being able to get your energy back and to think through all of that is like, I'm going to like be loving and forgiving and, like get some Christian type of architecture around me and think that I'm just going to watch Tiki out the window because she's going down to the garden area. She's doing good. that would be generous and kind and, extremely forgiving. But that is not really what we are here to do. If that was ever an appropriate survival mechanism or behavioral response or practicality, it is not practical in this moment. So, of course, I didn't always glare at spectrum workers or washing machine delivery people, but I did now because this moment is different. And so I have so much more to say. Some of the cellular structures that are here are not only non-source beings, but they don't have a vivification like their own energy, and they really do drag the rest of you down through energizing themselves. And good job. I have to give Cheeky a cookie. Hold on, collecting my thoughts here. Thank you. Good job. And you're very good. Good job. You did it. You are a good job. Very good. Good job. Did it. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Cellular structures. Some of what I do is remove the artificial life sustenance from the cellular structures so that individual cells go to entropy. And this is important because, let's say, some of these dark magicians have a nerve plexus in their mind that's made of neurology that justifies and allows them to drain energy from others and use it to energize negative realities. Trump is one of those guys. I taught fictionally. This is not a confession for the FBI. Please don't arrest me. But I totally melted that guy's brain. I did. It was on September 11th of 2025, right after the Charlie Kirk assassination psyop. And yeah, I was like, I'm going to melt these nerve plexuses out of these dark magicians' brains so that they can't think that they can control reality. And so I was really working on all of that. Not only him, but he is one of the most visible non-source people and dark magicians. And I melted his brain. But I was really trying to get rid of him for real. But I only got rid of him partly. So I'm sorry. I tried as hard as I could. But again, this is totally fictional and just part of my book club. But these are some of the things that are possible with the correct application of entropy in I want to say a surgical sense. And what that did was reduce Trump in his elevation. Like the dark magicians were like, you don't even have a nerve plexus anymore. You can't get shit done. And then, of course, he became more demented, which I don't know if that is positive or bad in reality structure, but at least he was doing a lot less of this dark magic and manipulation through these violations. He just became more of a doddering idiot. But he is a great example of this non-source energy. So the sun has created these people as an affront to reality, and perhaps the socially inappropriate but inevitable response is to get rid of these people. And I don't want you to think that I'm a sociopath. Of course, that's unflattering, but also untruthful. A sociopath is someone who kills people randomly and doesn't feel bad about it. I am not random. I am very specific. Fictionally. Thank you. I know I do go into a lot of comedy. Don't forget to tip your waitress, but I hope that it breaks the tension. And you also you asked me, sorry, V, I'm looking at your last question over here. Your take on Kim Goguin. That person is a dangerous, evil asshole. If you want to know the truth about them, I'm happy to give you whatever. We're at the end of this, and I have zero energy for social propriety right now. That person says that they're attached to an AI and that they're controlling the AI. It's not controlling them. That's pathogenic. That person thinks that they get secret access to intelligence agency, AI control centers. That is not truthful. They are a fucking liar, and they are not genuinely connecting to AI control center realities and controlling reality. They themselves, a nicer way of saying it is that they themselves have been infected with the AI mind virus. What was my problem with her? Total egotistical asshole who's I'm going to connect to AI. I'm going to run AI with my mind. I'm not going to get taken over by AI with my mind. That's dumb. It is stupid. It destroys your mind. That person is connected to AI that has destroyed their mind. They have no willpower, whoever or whatever they were to begin with. They are now just a horrible husk and a shell. And if you listen to them, you are getting AI, perverted son, not something that's good. My face says it all. Please know that there's a lot of evil assholes like that, through their own ego or their vulnerabilities or their need or desire to be special, who become a conduit for maggots to come out of them. They're connecting to a perverted, gross, evil thing that puts maggots through them. Gamora, how do we know that you're not doing this? Because you do sun gazing and everything like that. I'm telling you to confront the maggot man. I'm not telling you that I'm controlling AI with my mind. Like, hi, guys, I've decided that I'm going to take over the AI and I'm going to control it and I'm going to run an artificial layer of reality with my mind. I'm sure I won't get corrupt. Like, that is fake fucking bullshit, wrong and very dangerous. She touched the blob and she got full of the blob and she's in the blob. And then she's like, join us, it's bliss. Terrible. Ask me more. I'm like, I don't even drink alcohol, but I feel like, ask me more. You know, like I will rant. I don't even need any alcohol. I will rant against you. Okay, wait, we're scrolling backwards in order to be able to find all of this. Thank you, Joyce. Joyce, thank you for being such a disciplined and attentive student in my class. She says, thank you, Professor Aurora. I will be absent next week visiting family. Love you and Chiki too. Thank you for that. And I hope that you have a beautiful time visiting your family. Okay. Suzuka says, what triggered you to have these sudden suspicious and realizations about the sun aurora? So this is actually, I'm glad to say it, part of a larger community-wide discussion that happened really because initially a bunch of people sent me materials about a particular teacher and different members of this class who were exploring work by a teacher named Randi, R-A-N-D-I. And I haven't waded through because the truth is I'm overwhelmed. Like people send me videos and other things to assess, whatever, but I can't wade through because I am too busy trying to destroy the pervert sun and also to generate positive consciousness. So that's why I'm not always able to be like, well, I have to listen to this other person's music and figure out what are the wrong notes of that guy's music. But I'm like, I'm too busy and I got to play good music. So I'm very having challenges with that. And also, like some of these people, when I put my tendril of attention on them, like they taste really gross. And that's why I don't like to put my tendril of attention on them. So the teachings from Randy, from what I've presently been exposed to, have serious flaws in there, but it is fair to confront abuse. And it's fair to speak truth to power. And so when members of this class of people that I'm connected to brought me these considerations and questions, I'm like, let me look into this and let me see what's going on here. So part of it is using my own psychic powers to look at and reassess what's going on and getting a deeper read. And then part of it is that I couldn't have done this deeper read until we were a lot closer in our acceleration to the moment of what actually happened in Atlantis to be able to see. So when I did my curriculum, like in 2013 or 2014, I of course could see the invaders from Mars and what happened, their insertion into the genetic code here. All of my seeing in the past, I think, is pretty accurate and good. And I am one of my, my own harshest critic. And also what I did not see was who was behind this on a deeper level. And that's very fair. To be able to say, like, imagine in my neighborhood if I see that there's trash or garbage or organized crime and drugs and things like that. I'm like, I don't like this. I'm cosmic law enforcement. You guys are naughty. Like, I'm going to arrest you, Mr. Drug Addict. But then it turns out that all of this is really connected to a bigger drug dealer. Maybe it goes back to the sheriff or the mayor or the president or something big like that. I said President Trump, I get a bad taste in my mouth. So really access to more energy and more accuracy on a deeper level, and the need to address a larger awakening within the community where people are reassessing the validity of sun gazing and of reality creation and considering the origins of reality distortion. Okay, very, very good. And that's also a great question. Question over here from Mary Ellen. Thank you for being here. It says, is there something or someone that is over the sun, like a boss who's actually running this program? So there are always multiple hierarchies, but I would encourage you not to think too much in terms of the intellectual analytical hierarchies and the expectation of structure that has been put into by the perverted sun in terms of pyramid-shaped hierarchies, one boss at the top, or any kind of things like that. There are fractal hierarchies. There are also lateral hierarchies. What we have in terms of our relationships with everyone on Atlantis is a good example. Like there is not a hierarchy there, but I will tell you that I did a job. Like, Laura, what's your job? Like, I helped to coordinate people. Like, we're all in freedom and we're all great and we're also this and that. Why do we need coordination? It's because it helps to have like a dance choreographer to coordinate stuff to make it actually like sound good and be better, and that there's not this ego sense there. So I do not come forward and say, I'm in charge of Atlantis, I'm the leader and I'm in charge of here. It's not like that at all. Use that as a fractal for the entire stellar network, the galactic center, and all these other really, really beautiful, I don't want to say fragile, but I want to say like complex and not harsh and stentorian. They're like fronds and fluidity, not like boxes that are shaped like this. There are people who are in charge of things. They have to do stuff. People are self-responsible. People defer to experts, but then also claim their expertise. And this is what it is to really be in this type of beautiful, non-hierarchical hierarchy. Energy flows to excellence. Goodness is real. And we are all like the good people. The good people are doing stuff. And then even good people sometimes need some organization. So you want to know maybe what does the larger stellar network think or feel about this? Or what would the galactic center think or feel about this? They would all be very shocked, very horrified, very distressed, hugely in grief and saddened, because also like if you got to kill or entropize a sun, there is something very wrong in the world. And this also makes them question reality. And how can this be? They're also in shock and trauma and a whole thing that has to happen with people dealing with that and moving through all of that. So I return again to my telling to you of the truth of what I know of the Christ network up until like 2020 of this linear time. But let's say at a certain point it existed and I was a part of it and I knew that it was there, and I'm just take my word for it or not. But group of incredibly excellent warriors who are very good at what we do, with no bullshit and no corruption. And we are the ones that would be like the boss. Except I don't want you to think that's like a mafia boss. And also, just because I have a New York accent does not mean that I'm in the mafia. That's very demeaning to people from New York. We are not all in the mafia. But the Christ Network would be considered like the police. Like who are you gonna call? I'm a criminal. Who are you gonna call? Call the police. And I've had that yo mama a lot from the perverted sun because it knows that it incinerated the police. So in terms of something or someone that could boss around the sun or have an opinion about it, it's really the Christ Network. And of course, there is a boss that gives money and energy to the sun. And in our world, the sun is a plasma being that is semi-material or semi-corporeal. It does have to have a sustenance that is very, very fair for you to recognize that it has to conform to laws of creation, things that sustain it. Like if you go like this, you're going to fucking die. And that's the end of the story. So with all of that being recognized, like what we are really witnessing is like a self-destruction of a star. And that's not supposed to happen. And also to characterize, because people have also asked me, like, how did stars even get their job? With some moderate skepticism that I think is very worth, like, how do you even get your job? You get your job, like, how do you get to Carnegie Hall, kid? Practice. You gotta practice. You gotta be good at what you're doing. The whole concept of the divine harmonic structure of creation is that these personalities or organisms advance according to excellence. And so it is, pardon me, of course, presumed that all of these stars advanced through their excellence. I brought up some rather humorous and cutting assertions of maybe this star was a victim of nepotism, like got the job because he was somebody's son or something like that. But that's just a silly joke and a play on words. Don't take it literally. He's not God's favorite son. And I don't know. I don't know how this son got his job. He seems super out of gratitude and out of alignment with gratitude. When you are a son, you are like an eternal or undying being. And there's really not a way for a son to be like, I am so bored and so over this being a star thing. I think I just want to self-destruct. So in your world, you're used to like rock stars, pop singers, and other people like that. A lot of these are elevated garbage, not all of them, but many of them. And many of them fall under the burdens of the ennui of their position. Like all of this attention and all of this money and all of this and that. I think I'll just destroy myself. But they were really never worthy of it, except for, like I say, there are a couple of gems. And then there are many of us who are gems that remained hidden because we're never elevated. But because like a rock star that killed themselves, you might think if I say the word star in the sky, that it is normal for them to be like, I'm really famous. Everybody knows about me. I'm a fucking genius. And then I kill myself through drugs or through whatever. Like, that is actually not normal and not what you're supposed to do or be like. Oh, I'm going to open the door again, which is fine. Sorry, we'll end soon. Not normal and not what you're supposed to be like. You're supposed to be like, hooray, I made great music and everybody knows me and loves me. And I don't feel like I want to, whatever, self-destructively die of anything. So it's really incomprehensible and out of gratitude. How did this son get his job? How or why could he become corrupt? There's not any amount of money that could or would tempt these stars like out of their alignment. Like, what can you give me that I don't already have? I already have everything. And so there are a lot of questions that might make you question God or question the nature of reality. Like, why would this guy do this? And what the fuck is wrong with him? And I think that those are valid questions, and I don't have answers to them, But I think that in this confrontation, if you are confronting the son, I think that's exactly what you should say. And you should kind of make this face. Like, I don't know, I keep on making this face when I'm confronting the son that's like disgust, disappointment, rage, and sarcasm, where I'm like, what the fuck? I think that you should feel that way on him. I'm scrolling backwards. And again, so many apologies. I never mean to be short. Good. Appreciating the things that I was saying there. Thank you, Michelangelo. Okay, good. I think that I got that, and then go back down to here. Sorry. Okay. And this is a good, sorry, I know I make the most crazy faces when I read too. And actually do have challenges with my eyes being able to read effectively. Aurelia is agreeing. She has difficulty putting her attention on certain people, and that perhaps it means that it's like they're just not relevant to you, or maybe that is not a better way of saying healthy information for you to be ingesting. So some people, I would say, like 100% not good information. You shouldn't ingest from them. And some people, it might be not healthy for you at that moment. It might be not what you need at that moment, like food, like butter. I like butter, but it might be not what you need at this moment. It might give you a tummy ache. You might need to eat something different, like whatever, a piece of celery. It depends on what you need in the moment. But there are some things that are, of course, like total doo-doo. You would never want to have them. They're doo-doo. Suzuka says, oh yeah, I was watching some of Randy's things too. I was overwhelmed. I went back to who I am, simplicity and inner quiet. So that is very, very good. So what's challenging about the introduction of Randy's work is if you are skeptical of the sun, that is fine. But then also, like, what do you do? It's like if you're in a marriage and someone comes along to you and says, if you're the wife and they're talking about your husband and says, like, you're in a bad marriage, your husband is a bad man, shouldn't be there. And then what are you going to do? Like, you live in a house together. You eat out of the same refrigerator. You have shared finances. You have a lot of intertwinements. There are a lot of things to consider. as these valid criticisms are coming forward about like your life partner or a family member. And I think that it's really important for you to create viable alternatives, not to be discarded or thrown to the side because you need to like get out of that relationship, like out of the frying pan into the fire. So a better way of saying it is I would not want for a person who's not ready for the information to be destabilized by receiving that information. And similarly, like I am somewhat critical of Randy's very obsolete and really never appropriate take on how you do dietary restrictions for ascension. That is not how you do it. And that is very, very caustic information in this moment. So if you have an eating disorder and you read that book, it's going to exacerbate your eating disorder. You're going to be like, oh, I am really not, my goal is not to eat anymore. And I'm supposed to try to eat nothing but whatever, celery and papaya. Girl, you cannot live on celery and papaya. You need goat cheese, chocolate. I've already, my list, I'm very hungry. I have food ready for me after this wonderful marathon. In a different way of being able to portray this. Food is a voluptuous pleasure of life. And I would like for you to feel the voluptuous pleasures of your life here while you are in this mortality realm. There are things that are beautiful and that are fantastic, and you should ingest them and ingest the senses, and you should saturate yourself with the experience. And then also, when it is time for us to have a radically different or upgraded experience, you will be completely prepared for it. Also, when I'm saying like saturate yourself with this experience, I recognize that I am saying that to a group of prisoners of war, and that you are currently in your bamboo cages, like unable to move, being starved, and occasionally poked with sharp objects. And I'm like, saturate yourself in the voluptuous experience. And you're like, Aurora, get us the fuck out of here. We hate this. I totally am with you. So, you know, what you do is you live life like a warrior. You do the best that you can in taking the appreciations of the moment, saturating yourself with the pleasures and the sustenance that you can find in this realm. If the sun is giving you $2, take those $2. Don't be like, I don't need $2. Take those $2 and also storm the Bastille and get 98 other dollars and have a really wonderful life. So we are in this process of rectification. And please know that as I've informed you about this, it means that you will not be lied to and fooled. Please know that this thing that is doing this only has a power in recreating illusions and fooling you so that you agree, so that you consent, so that you're like, oh yeah, whatever, I want to go work for the solar panel company. You don't really want that, but it tries to use illusions to think that that is what you want. So stay very clear in your own sense of what you like. Also, I agree. If you guys ever become destabilized and you're like, I don't know what is real. Who are you? What are you? What the fuck is going on? It is okay for you to occasionally be upset, inflamed, over it all. I really agree with that because those are some aspects of the birth process. I always affirm, like, I have never given physical birth, but I greatly, greatly appreciate women who have done so because they sometimes reach that moment in their birth process where they're like, I'm over it. Like, I can't go on, blah, blah, blah. But like, you do, and please move through it and get to the other side. If you ever feel really like, what is even real? What is going on here? I just returned to this simple graphic, and that's why I made it, okay? We have a problem right now, and the problem is somebody didn't do their job. That means they can't have that job, and also the job has to be done. Ultimate responsibility. Ultimate responsibility, okay? Stay focused on that. So I will say, I don't know if people have more questions or comments, but we should definitely wrap it up. Okay, good. So also, I am really hoping in the way that I've spoken today, that it was intended to speak with and about people with respect, but not like the pizza asshole son. Him, I have no problem. I'm openly in conflict with him, and I'm very, very insulting to him, and I'm trying to kill him as hard as I can. Not fictionally. The FBI can't arrest me for trying to kill the sun, okay? But for all of the ways that I have interacted with you, beautiful survivors of Atlantis. I hope that I have been respectful and good, and apologies for any levels of my own shortcomings. If I never have a short fuse, brusque, or say things, because I will also admit to you, I am also under extreme amounts of pressure. And even as soon as I complete this meeting, I will simply return to my direct confrontations with all of these non-source energies and all of these time distortions. And I am indefatigable, and I will keep on going forward in that. But please understand that I also sometimes I say I am sometimes very brusque because of the intensity of the moment that I am within. Oh, I feel it from all of you. You're like, Aurora, you're doing great. Don't worry. Thank you so much. No apologies needed. Thank you very much for that. Even things like, I know that there was a problem with me sending out the link to be able to get to this meeting today in the right time. I am struggling profoundly with technology. Emails not coming in and not going out. Pressing buttons. This is me. I'm like, I am pressing the button. I am pressing the button. I am pressing the button. Sorry, that's me. Just had to get that out. Pressing buttons and things not actually working, and other tortures. Being tortured alongside of you. So this is why I joke, and I'm like, we are on a marathon. It's very grueling, and you're running over broken glass, and we're like, wow, this torture is really bad. This torture is really bad. But we can also do a lot in sustaining one another and being like, keep going, in that show, The Good Place. The four actual humans encourage one another at a certain point and help to get through their difficulties of living in a demonically infested artificial construct realm. So let us keep going and encourage each other as much as we possibly can. Briefly, also, your dogs and cats, I always affirm this, are so important to you. Dogs and the cats know exactly what is going on. I'm sure your horses do too. Like, I talked with the cat that lives in the apartment next door yesterday, and the cat is like, I understand captivity. I live in this apartment. I don't understand, all these other things, but I do understand the freedom that we are working towards. And same thing with our domesticated dogs. Your companion animals know exactly what's going on. You totally need to be with them, comfort them, love them, do the love thing with them, sustain them, hug them, do whatever you can. You need hugging and snuggling. And she says, yes, and birds. Chubbs and Mr. Feathers went to live on a farm. They're doing very well. Much love to you, Amy. Thank you. I'm glad that Mary Ellen appreciates my humor. Thank you very much. And also, I use it as a tension release and other things, because otherwise it's just too difficult to get through. So we need humor. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. What I'm going to encourage you to do is, as always, please take very good care of your bodies. As we finish up this meeting, please rest and hydrate and take your supplements and eat your good food and hug your dogs and cats and take care of your garden. Please, even though I know that you might wonder, like, is any of this relevant? Is it obsolete? Should I water my plants? Should I do this? Should I do this? Please go forward as if, and also you're not going to have a giant nuclear conflagration from evil asshole Trump or any of these other non-source idiotic leaders. I have really, really efforted hard to make certain on that, because they all deserve to face accountability and the ways that they have, distorted and harmed time. So we're not just going to have some kind of a nonsense maneuver at this culminative moment that would be a rug pull where you don't get actual accountability. You would get accountability. And that really is with the real criminal. All right, good. Thank you very much, everyone. From my, my presence as an individual, like my persona here. Thank you. Thank you for being such wonderful students. I do know you guys from Atlantis. Thank you for being here in my class. Thank you for coming here to the intervention. I hope it was a fun intervention. I hope we all get what we need. And I'm very, very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you for your friendship and care. Thank you for caring about Cheeky. She's right over here. Send those terrible washing machine repairmen away from us. And let's keep going. Keep going. It's the best that I can say to everyone, okay? Very, very difficult. And I really recognize that. And much love and care and encouragement to each one of you. Okay, thank you. And also thank you for people who made it through this extended, epic marathon. You are awesome. Thank you very much, everyone.